Section 13 of the English Constitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Constitution by Walter Bagehot. The House of Lords, Part 3. The difficulty goes deeper. The task of adequately revising the legislation of this age is not only that which an aristocracy has no facility in doing, but one which it has a difficulty in doing. Look at the statute book for 1865, the statutes at large for the year. You will find, not pieces of literature, not nice and subtle matters, but coarse matters, crude heaps of heavy business. They deal with trade, with finance, with statute law reform, with common law reform. They deal with various sorts of business, but with business always. And there is no educated human being less likely to know business, worse placed for knowing business, than a young lord. Business is really more agreeable than pleasure. It interests the whole mind, the aggregate nature of man more continuously and more deeply. But it does not look as if it did. It is difficult to convince a young man, who can have the best of pleasure, that it will. A young lord just come into £30,000 a year will not, as a rule, care much for the law of patents, for the law of passing tolls, or the law of prisons. Like Hercules, he may choose virtue, but hardly Hercules could choose business. He has everything to allure him from it, and nothing to allure him to it. And even if he wished to give himself to business, he has indifferent means. Pleasure is near him, but business is far from him. Few things are more amusing than the ideas of a well-intentioned young man who is born out of the business world, but who wishes to take to business, about business. He has hardly a notion in what it consists. It really is the adjustment of certain particular means to equally certain particular ends. But hardly any young man destitute of experience is able to separate end and means. It seems to him a kind of mystery, and it is lucky if he do not think the forms are the main part, and that the end is but secondary. There are plenty of business men falsely so called, who will advise him so. The subject seems a kind of maze. What would you recommend me to read? The nice youth asks, and it is impossible to explain to him that reading has nothing to do with it, that he has not yet the original ideas in his mind to read about, that administration is an art, as painting is an art, and that no book can teach the practice of either. Formerly, this defect in the aristocracy was hidden by their own advantages. Being the only class at ease for money and cultivated in mind, they were without competition, and though they might not be, as a rule, and extraordinary ability accepted, excellent in state business, they were the best that could be had. Even in old times, however, they sheltered themselves from the greater pressure of coursework. They appointed a manager, a Peel or a Walpole, anything but an aristocrat in manner or in nature, to act for them or manage for them. But now a class is coming up trained to thought, full of money, and yet trained to business. As I write, 2 members of this class have been appointed to stations considerable in themselves, and sure to lead, if anything is sure in politics, to the cabinet and power. This is the class of highly cultivated men of business who, after a few years, are able to leave business and begin ambition. As yet these men are few in public life, because they do not know their own strength. It is like Columbus and the egg once again. A few original men will show it can be done, and then a crowd of common men will follow. These men know business partly from tradition, and this is much. There are university families, families who talk of fellowships, and who invest their children's ability in Latin verses, as soon as they discover it. There used to be Indian families of the same sort, and will probably be again, when the competitive system has had time to foster a new breed. Just so there are business families to whom all that concerns money, all that concerns administration, is as familiar as the air they breathe. All Americans, it has been said, know business. It is in the air of their country. Just so certain classes know business here, and a lord can hardly know it. It is as great a difficulty to learn business in a palace as it is to learn agriculture in a park. To one kind of business, indeed, This doctrine does not apply. There is one kind of business in which our aristocracy have still, and are likely to retain long, a certain advantage. This is the business of diplomacy. Napoleon, who knew men well, would never, if he could help it, employ men of the Revolution in missions to the old courts. He said, they spoke to no one, and no one spoke to them, and so they sent home no information. The reason is obvious. The old world diplomacy of Europe was largely carried on in drawing rooms, and, to a great extent, of necessity still is so. Nations touch at their summit. It is always the highest class which travels most, knows most of foreign nations, has the least of the territorial sectarianism which call itself patriotism, and is often thought to be so. Even here, indeed, in England, the new trade class is in real merit equal to the aristocracy. Their knowledge of foreign things is as great, and their contact with them often more. But, notwithstanding, the new race is not as serviceable for diplomacy as the old race. An ambassador is not simply an agent, he is also a spectacle. He is sent abroad for show, as well as for substance. He is to represent the Queen among foreign courts and foreign sovereigns. An aristocracy is in its nature better suited to such work. It is trained to the theatrical part of life. It is fit for that, if it is fit for anything. But, with this exception, an aristocracy is necessarily inferior in business to the classes nearer business, and it is not, therefore, a suitable class, if we had our choice of classes, out of which to frame a chamber for revising matters of business. It is indeed a singular example how natural business is to the English race, that the House of Lords works as well as it does. The common appearance of the whole House is a jest, a dangerous anomaly, which Mr. Bright will sometimes use, but a great deal of substantial work is done in committees, and often very well done. The great majority of the peers do none of their appointed work, and could do none of it, but a minority never so large and never so earnest in this age, do it and do it well. Still no one, who examines the matter without prejudice, can say that the work is done perfectly. In a country so rich in mind as England, far more intellectual power can be, and ought to be, applied to the revision of our laws. And not only does the House of Lords do its work imperfectly, but often, at least, it does it timidly. Being only a section of the nation, it is afraid of the nation. Having been used for years and years on the greatest matters to act contrary to its own judgment, it hardly knows when to act on that judgment. The depressing languor with which it damps an earnest young peer is at times ridiculous. When the corn laws are gone, and the rotten boroughs, why tease about Clause 9, and the bill to regulate cotton factories, is the latent thought of many peers. A word from the leaders, from the Duke, or Lord Derby, or Lord Lyndhurst, will rouse on any matters the sleeping energies, but most lords are feeble and forlorn. These grave defects would have been at once lessened, and in the course of years nearly effaced, if the House of Lords had not resisted the proposal of Lord Palmerston's first government to create peers for life. The expedient was almost perfect. The difficulty of reforming an old institution like the House of Lords is necessarily great. Its possibility rests on continuous caste and ancient deference. And if you begin to agitate about it, to bawl at meetings about it, that deference is gone, its particular charm lost, its reserved sanctity gone. But, by an odd fatality, there was in the recesses of the Constitution an old prerogative which would have rendered agitation needless, which would have effected, without agitation, all that agitation could have effected. Lord Palmerston was, now that he is dead, and his memory can be calmly viewed, as firm a friend to an aristocracy, as thorough an aristocrat, as any in England, yet he proposed to use that power. If the House of Lords had still been under the rule of the Duke of Wellington, perhaps they would have acquiesced. The Duke would not, indeed, have reflected on all the considerations which a philosophic statesman would have set out before him, but he would have been brought out right by one of his peculiarities. He disliked, above all things, to oppose the Crown. At a great crisis, at the crisis of the Corn Laws, what he considered was not what other people were thinking of, the economical issue under discussion, the welfare of the country hanging in the balance, but the Queen's ease. He thought the Crown so superior a part in the Constitution that, even on vital occasions, he looked solely, or said he looked solely, to the momentary comfort of the present sovereign. He never was comfortable in opposing a conspicuous act of the Crown. It is very likely that, if the Duke had still been President of the House of Lords, they would have permitted the Crown to prevail in its well-chosen scheme. But the Duke was dead, and his authority, or some of it, had fallen to a very different person. Lord Lyndhurst had many great qualities. He had a splendid intellect, as great a faculty of finding truth as anyone in his generation, but he had no love of truth. With this great faculty of finding truth, he was a believer in error, in what his own party now admit to be error, all his life through. He could have found the truth as a statesman, as he found it when a judge, but he never did find it. He never looked for it. He was a great partisan, and he applied a capacity of argument and a faculty of intellectual argument rarely equaled to support the tenets of his party. The proposal to create life peers was proposed by the antagonistic party, was at the moment likely to injure his own party. To him, this was a great opportunity. The speech he delivered on that occasion lives in the memory of those who heard it. His eyes did not at the time let him read, so he repeated by memory, and quite accurately, all the black-letter authorities bearing on the question. So great an intellectual effort has rarely been seen in an English assembly. But the result was deplorable, not by means of his black-letter authorities, but by means of his recognized authority and his vivid impression. He induced the House of Lords to reject the proposition of the government. Lord Lyndhurst said the Crown could not now create life peers, and so there are no life peers. The House of Lords rejected the inestimable, the unprecedented opportunity of being tacitly reformed. Such a chance does not come twice. The life peers who would have been then introduced would have been among the first men in the country. Lord Macaulay was to have been among the first. Lord Wensleydale, the most learned and not the least logical of our lawyers, to be the very first. 30 or 40 such men, added judiciously and sparingly as years went on, would have given to the House of Lords the very element which, as a criticizing chamber, it needs so much. It would have given it critics. The most accomplished men in each department might then, without irrelevant considerations of family and of fortune, have been added to the chamber of review. The very element which was wanted to the House of Lords was, as it were, by a constitutional providence, offered to the House of Lords, and they refused it. By what species of effort that error can be repaired I cannot tell, but, unless it is repaired, the intellectual capacity can never be what it would have been, will never be what it ought to be, will never be sufficient for its work. Another reform ought to have accomplished the creation of life peers. Proxies ought to have been abolished. Some time or other, the slack attendance of the House of Lords will destroy the House of Lords. There are occasions in which appearances are realities, and this is one of them. The House of Lords on most days looks so unlike what it ought to be, that most people will not believe it is what it ought to be. The attendance of considerate peers will, for obvious reasons, be larger when it can no longer be overpowered by the non-attendance, by the commission votes of inconsiderate peers. The abolition of proxies would have made the House of Lords a real house. The addition of life peers would have made it a good house. The greater of these changes would have most materially aided the House of Lords in the performance of its subsidiary functions. It always perhaps happens in a great nation that certain bodies of sensible men hosted prominently in its constitution acquire functions and usefully exercise functions which at the outset no one expected from them, and which do not identify themselves with their original design. This has happened to the House of Lords especially. The most obvious instance is the judicial function. This is a function which no theorist would assign to a second chamber in a new constitution, and which is matter of accident in ours. Gradually, indeed, the unfitness of the second chamber for judicial functions has made itself felt. Under our present arrangements, this function is not entrusted to the House of Lords, but to a committee of the House of Lords. On one occasion only, the trial of O'Connell, the whole House, or some few in the whole House, wished to vote, and they were told they could not, for they would destroy the judicial prerogative. No one, indeed, would venture really to place the judicial function in the chance majorities of a fluctuating assembly. It is so by a sleepy theory, it is not so in living fact. As a legal question, too, it is a matter of grave doubt whether there ought to be two supreme courts in this country, the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council and, what is in fact though not in name, the Judicial Committee of the House of Lords. Up to a very recent time, one committee might decide that a man was sane as to money, and the other committee might decide that he was insane as to land. This absurdity has been cured, but the error from which it arose has not been cured, the error of having two supreme courts, to both of which, as time goes on, the same question is sure often enough to be submitted, and each of which is sure every now and then to decide it differently. I do not reckon the judicial function of the House of Lords as one of its true subsidiary functions, first because it does not in fact exercise it, next because I wish to see it in appearance deprived of it. The Supreme Court of the English people ought to be a great conspicuous tribunal, ought to rule all other courts, ought to have no competitor, ought to bring our law into unity, ought not to be hidden beneath the robes of a legislative assembly. The real subsidiary functions of the House of Lords are, unlike its judicial functions, very analogous to its substantial nature. The first is the faculty of criticizing the executive, an assembly in which the mass of the members have nothing to lose, where most have nothing to gain, where everyone has a social position firmly fixed, where no one has a constituency, where hardly anyone cares for the minister of the day, is the very assembly in which to look for, from which to expect, independent criticism, and in matter of fact we find it. The criticism of the acts of late administrations by Lord Grey have been admirable, but such criticism, to have its full value, should be many-sided. Every man of great ability puts his own mark on his own criticism. It will be full of thought and feeling, but then it is of idiosyncratic thought and feeling. We want many critics of ability and knowledge in the upper house, not equal to Lord Grey, for they would be hard to find, but like Lord Grey. They should resemble him in impartiality, they should resemble him in clearness, they should most of all resemble him in taking a supplemental view of a subject. There is an actor's view of a subject which, I speak of nature and discussed action, of cabinet action, is nearly sure to include everything old and new, everything ascertained and determinate. But there is also a bystander's view, which is likely to admit some or more of these old and certain elements, but is also to contain some new or distant matter, which the absorbed and occupied actor could not see. There ought to be many life peers in our secondary chamber, capable of giving us this higher criticism. I am afraid we shall not soon see them, but as a first step we should learn to wish for them. The second subsidiary action of the House of Lords is even more important, taking the House of Commons, not after possible but most unlikely improvements, but in matter of fact, and as it stands, it is overwhelmed with work. The task of managing it falls upon the Cabinet, and that task is very hard. Every member of the Cabinet in the Commons has to attend the House, to contribute by his votes, if not by his voice, to the management of the House. Even in so small a matter as the Education Department, Mr. Lowe, a consummate observer, spoke of the desirability of finding a chief not exposed to the prodigious labor of attending the House of Commons. It has all been necessary that certain members of the Cabinet should be exempt from its toll and untouched by its excitement, but it is also necessary that they should have the power of explaining their views to the nation, of being heard as other people are heard. There are various plans for so doing, which I may discuss a little in speaking of the House of Commons, but so much is evident. The House of Lords, for its own members, attains this object. It gives them a voice. It gives them what no competing plan does give them, position. The leisured members of the Cabinet speak in the Lords with authority and power. They are not administrators with the right to speech, clerks, as is sometimes suggested, brought down to lecture a house, but not to vote in it. But they are the equals of those they speak to. They speak as they like, and reply as they choose. They address the House, not with the bated breath of subordinates, but with the force and dignity of sure rank. Life peers would enable us to use this faculty of our Constitution more freely and more variously. It would give us a larger command of able leisure. It would improve the Lords as a political pulpit, for it would enlarge the list of its select preachers. The danger of the House of Commons is, perhaps, that it will be reformed too rashly. The danger of the House of Lords certainly is that it may never be reformed. Nobody asks that it should be so. It is quite safe against rough destruction, but it is not safe against inward decay. It may lose its veto as the Crown has lost its veto. If most of its members neglect their duties, if all its members continue to be of one class, and that not quite the best, if its doors are shut against genius that cannot found a family, an ability which has not £5,000 a year, its power will be less year by year, and at last be gone. As so much kingly power is gone, no one knows how. Its danger is not an assassination, but atrophy, not abolition, but decline. End of section 13.
Section 14 of the English Constitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Constitution by Walter Bagehot. The House of Commons, Part 1. Footnote. I reprint this chapter substantially as it was first written. It is too soon, as I have explained in the introduction, to say what changes the late Reform Act will make in the House of Commons. The dignified aspect of the House of Commons is altogether secondary to its efficient use. It is dignified. In a government in which the most prominent parts are good because they are very stately, any prominent part, to be good at all, must be somewhat stately. The human imagination exacts keeping in government as much as in art. It will not be at all influenced by institutions which do not match with those by which it is principally influenced. The House of Commons needs to be impressive, and impressive it is, but its use resides not in its appearance, but in its reality. Its office is not to win power by awing mankind, but to use power in governing mankind. The main function of the House of Commons is one which we know quite well, though our common constitutional speech does not recognize it. The House of Commons is an electoral chamber. It is the assembly which chooses our president. Washington and his fellow politicians contrived an electoral college to be composed, as was hoped, of the wisest people in the nation, which, after due deliberation, was to choose for president the wisest man in the nation. But that college is a sham. It has no independence and no life. No one knows or cares to know who its members are. They never discuss and never deliberate. They were chosen to vote that Mr. Lincoln be president or that Mr. Breckinridge be president. They do so vote, and they go home. But our House of Commons is a real choosing body. It elects the people it likes, and it dismisses whom it likes too. No matter that a few months since it was chosen to support Lord Aberdeen or Lord Palmerston. Upon a sudden occasion it ousts the statesman to whom it at first adhered, and selects an opposite statesman whom it at first rejected. Doubtless in such cases there is a tacit reference to probable public opinion, but certainly also there is much free will in the judgment of the Commons. The House only goes where it thinks in the end the nation will follow, but it takes its chance of the nation following or not following. It assumes the initiative and acts upon its discretion or its caprice. When the American nation has chosen its president, its virtue goes out of it and out of the transmissive college through which it chooses. But because the House of Commons has the power of dismissal in addition to the power of election, its relations to the Premier are incessant. They guide him, and he leads them. He is to them what they are to the nation. He only goes where he believes they will go after him, but he has to take the lead. He must choose his direction and begin the journey, nor must he flinch. A good horse likes to feel the rider's bit, and a great deliberative assembly likes to feel that it is under worthy guidance. A minister who succumbs to the House, who ostentatiously seeks its pleasure, who does not try to regulate it, who will not boldly point out plain errors to it, seldom thrives. The great leaders of Parliament have varied much, but they have all had a certain firmness. A great assembly is as soon spoiled by over-indulgence as a little child. The whole life of English politics is the action and reaction between the ministry and the Parliament. The appointees strive to guide, and the appointers surge under the guidance. The elective is now the most important function of the House of Commons. It is most desirable to insist and be tedious on this, because our tradition ignores it. At the end of half the sessions of Parliament, you will read in the newspapers, and you will hear even from those who have looked close at the matter and should know better, Parliament has done nothing this session. Some things were promised in the Queen's speech, but they were only little things, and most of them have not passed. Lord Lyndhurst used for years to recount the small outcomings of legislative achievement, and yet those were the days of the first Whig governments, who had more to do in legislation, and did more than any government. The true answer to such harangues as Lord Lyndhurst's by a minister should have been in the first person. He should have said firmly, Parliament has maintained me, and that was its greatest duty. Parliament has carried on what, in the language of traditional respect, we call the Queen's government. It has maintained what, wisely or unwisely, it deemed the best executive of the English nation. The second function of the House of Commons is what I may call an expressive function. It is its office to express the mind of the English people on all matters which come before it. Whether it does so well or ill, I shall discuss presently. The third function of Parliament is what I may call, preserving a sort of technicality even in familiar matters for the sake of distinctness, the teaching function. A great and open council of considerable men cannot be placed in the middle of a society without altering that society. It ought to alter it for the better. It ought to teach the nation what it does not know. How far the House of Commons can so teach, and how far it does so teach, are matters for subsequent discussion. Fourthly, the House of Commons has what may be called an informing function, a function which, though in its present form quite modern, is singularly analogous to a medieval function. In old times, one office of the House of Commons was to inform the sovereign what was wrong. It laid before the Crown the grievances and complaints of particular interests. Since the publication of the parliamentary debates, a corresponding office of Parliament is to lay these same grievances, these same complaints before the nation, which is the present sovereign. The nation needs it quite as much as the king ever needed it. A free people is indeed mostly fair. Liberty practices men in a give and take, which is the rough essence of justice. The English people, possibly even above other free nations, is fair. But a free nation rarely can be, and the English nation is not, quick of apprehension. It only comprehends what is familiar to it, what comes into its own experience, what squares with its own thoughts. I never heard of such a thing in my life, the middle-class Englishman says, and he thinks he so refutes an argument. The common disputant cannot say in reply that his experience is but limited, and that the assertion may be true, though he had never met with anything at all like it. But a great debate in Parliament does bring home something of this feeling. Any notion, any creed, any feeling, any grievance which can get a decent number of English members to stand up for it is felt by almost all Englishmen to be perhaps a false and pernicious opinion, but at any rate possible, an opinion within the intellectual sphere, an opinion to be reckoned with, and it is an immense achievement. Practical diplomatists say that a free government is harder to deal with than a despotic government. You may be able to get the despot to hear the other side. His ministers, men of trained intelligence, will be sure to know what makes against them, and they may tell him. But a free nation never hears any side save its own. The newspapers only repeat the side their purchasers like. The favorable arguments are set out, elaborated, illustrated. The adverse arguments maimed, misstated, confused. The worst judge, they say, is a deaf judge. The most dull government is a free government on matters its ruling classes will not hear. I am disposed to reckon it as the second function of Parliament in point of importance, that to some extent it makes us hear what otherwise we should not. Lastly, there is the function of legislation, of which, of course, it would be preposterous to deny the great importance, and which I only deny to be as important as the executive management of the whole state, or the political education given by Parliament to the whole nation. There are, I allow, seasons when legislation is more important than either of these. The nation may be misfitted with its laws and need to change them. Some particular corn law may hurt all industry, and it may be worth 1,000 administrative blunders to get rid of it. But generally the laws of a nation suit its life. Special adaptations of them are but subordinate. The administration and conduct of that life is the matter which presses most. Nevertheless, the statute book of every great nation yearly contains many important new laws, and the English statute book does so above any. An immense mass, indeed, of the legislation is not, in the proper language of jurisprudence, legislation at all. A law is a general command applicable to many cases. The special acts which crowd the statute book and weary parliamentary committees are applicable to one case only. They do not lay down rules according to which railways shall be made. They enact that such a railway shall be made from this place to that place, and they have no bearing upon any other transaction. But after every deduction and abatement, the annual legislation of Parliament is a result of singular importance. Were it not so, it could not be, as it often is considered, the sole result of its annual assembling. Some persons will perhaps think that I ought to enumerate a sixth function of the House of Commons, a financial function, but I do not consider that upon broad principle, and omitting legal technicalities, the House of Commons has any special function with regard to financial, different from its function with respect to other legislation. It is to rule in both, and to rule in both through the Cabinet. Financial legislation is of necessity a yearly recurring legislation, but frequency of occurrence does not indicate a diversity of nature or compel an antagonism of treatment. In truth, the principal peculiarity of the House of Commons in financial affairs is nowadays not a special privilege but an exceptional disability. On common subjects any member can propose anything, but not on money. The minister only can propose to tax the people. This principle is commonly involved in mediaeval metaphysics as to the prerogative of the crown, but it is as useful in the 19th century as in the 14th, and rests on as sure a principle. The House of Commons, now that it is the true sovereign and appoints the real executive, has long ceased to be the checking, sparing, economical body it once was. It now is more apt to spend money than the minister of the day. I have heard a very experienced financier say, if you want to raise a certain cheer in the House of Commons, make a general panegyric on economy. If you want to invite a sure defeat, propose a particular saving. The process is simple. Every expenditure of public money has some apparent public object. Those who wish to spend the money expatiate on that object. They say, what is £50,000 to this great country? Is this a time for a cheese-paring objection? Our industry was never so productive, our resources never so immense. What is £50,000 in comparison with this great national interest? The members who are for the expenditure always come down. Perhaps a constituent or a friend who will profit by the outlay or is keen on the object has asked them to attend. At any rate, there is a popular vote to be given, on which the newspapers, always philanthropic and sometimes talked over, will be sure to make encomiums. The members against the expenditure rarely come down of themselves. Why should they become unpopular without reason? The object seems decent. Many of its advocates are certainly sincere. A hostile vote will make enemies and be censured by the journals. If there were not some check, the people's house would soon outrun the people's money. That check is the responsibility of the Cabinet for the national finance. If any one could propose a tax, they might let the House spend it as it would and wash their hands of the matter. But now, for whatever expenditure is sanctioned, even when it is sanctioned against the Ministry's wish, the Ministry must find the money. Accordingly, they have the strongest motive to oppose extra outlay. They will have to pay the bill for it. They will have to impose taxation, which is always disagreeable, or suggest loans, which under ordinary circumstances are shameful. The Ministry is, so to speak, the breadwinner of the political family, and has to meet the cost of philanthropy and glory, just as the head of a family has to pay for the charities of his wife and the toilette of his daughters. In truth, when a cabinet is made the sole executive, it follows it must have the sole financial charge, for all action costs money, all policy depends on money, and it is in adjusting the relative goodness of action and policies that the executive is employed. From a consideration of these functions, it follows that we are ruled by the House of Commons. We are indeed so used to be so ruled that it does not seem to be at all strange. But of all odd forms of government, the oddest really is government by a public meeting. Here are 658 persons collected from all parts of England, different in nature, different in interests, different in look and language. If we think what an empire the English is, how various are its components, how incessant its concerns, how immersed in history its policy, if we think what a vast information, what a nice discretion, what a consistent will ought to mark the rulers of that empire, we shall be surprised when we see them. We see a changing body of miscellaneous persons, sometimes few, sometimes many, never the same for an hour, sometimes excited, but mostly dull and half weary, impatient of eloquence, catching at any joke as an alleviation. These are the persons who rule the British Empire, who rule England, who rule Scotland, who rule Ireland, who rule a great deal of Asia, who rule a great deal of Polynesia, who rule a great deal of America, and scattered fragments everywhere. Paley said many shrewd things, but he never said a better thing than that it was much harder to make men see a difficulty than comprehend the explanation of it. The key to the difficulties of most discussed and unsettled questions is commonly in their undiscussed parts. They are like the background of a picture, which looks obvious, easy, just what any one might have painted, but which in fact sets the figures in their right position, chastens them, and makes them what they are. Nobody will understand Parliament government who fancies it an easy thing, a natural thing, a thing not needing explanation. You have not a perception of the first elements in this matter, till you know that government by a club is a standing wonder. There has been a capital illustration lately how helpless many English gentlemen are when called together on a sudden. The government, rightly or wrongly, thought fit to entrust the quarter sessions of each county with the duty of combating its cattle plague, but the scene in most shire halls was unsatisfactory. There was the greatest difficulty in getting not only a right decision, but any decision. I saw one myself, which went thus. The chairman proposed a very complex resolution in which there was much which every one liked and much which every one disliked, though, of course, the favorite parts of some were the objectionable parts to others. This resolution got, so to say, wedged in the meeting. Everybody suggested amendments. One amendment was carried which none were satisfied with, and so the matter stood over. It is a saying in England, a big meeting never does anything, and yet we are governed by the House of Commons, by a big meeting. It may be said that the House of Commons does not rule, it only elects the rulers. But there must be something special about it to enable it to do that. Suppose the Cabinet were elected by a London club. What confusion there would be, what writing and answering. Will you speak to so-and-so and ask him to vote for my man? Would be heard on every side. How the wife of A and the wife of B would plot to confound the wife of C. Whether the club elected under the dignified shadow of a queen or without the shadow would hardly matter at all. If the substantial choice was in them, the confusion and intrigue would be there too. I propose to begin this paper by asking not why the House of Commons governs well, but the fundamental, almost unasked question, how the House of Commons comes to be able to govern at all. The House of Commons can do work which the quarter sessions or clubs cannot do, because it is an organized body, while quarter sessions and clubs are unorganized. Two of the greatest orators in England, Lord Brougham and Lord Bolingbroke, spent much eloquence in attacking party government. Bolingbroke probably knew what he was doing. He was a consistent opponent of the power of the Commons. He wished to attack them in a vital part. But Lord Brougham does not know. He proposes to amend parliamentary government by striking out the very elements which make parliamentary government possible. At present, the majority of Parliament obey certain leaders. What those leaders propose, they support. What those leaders reject, they reject. An old Secretary of the Treasury used to say, "This is a bad case, an indefensible case. We must apply our majority to this question." That Secretary lived 50 years ago, before the Reform Bill, when majorities were very blind and very applicable. Nowadays, the power of leaders over their followers is strictly and wisely limited. They can take their followers but a little way, and that only in certain directions. Yet still there are leaders and followers. On the Conservative side of the House there are vestiges of the despotic leadership even now. A cynical politician is said to have watched the long row of county members, so fresh and respectable looking, and muttered, "By Jove, they are the finest brute votes in Europe." But all satire apart, the principle of Parliament is obedience to leaders. Change your leader if you will, take another if you will, but obey number one while you serve number one, and obey number two when you have gone over to number two. The penalty of not doing so is the penalty of impotence. It is not that you will not be able to do any good, but you will not be able to do anything at all. If everybody does what he thinks right, there will be 657 amendments to every motion, and none of them will be carried, or the motion either. The moment, indeed, that we distinctly conceive that the House of Commons is mainly and above all things an elective assembly, we at once perceive that party is of its essence. There never was an election without a party. You cannot get a child into an asylum without a combination. At such places you may see "Vote for Orphan A" upon a placard, and "Vote for Orphan B" also an idiot upon a banner, and the party of each is busy about its placard and banner. What is true at such minor and momentary elections must be much more true in a great and constant election of rulers. The House of Commons lives in a state of perpetual potential choice. At any moment it can choose a ruler and dismiss a ruler, and therefore party is inherent in it, is bone of its bone and breath of its breath. Secondly, though the leaders of party no longer have the vast patronage of the last century with which to bribe, they can coerce by a threat far more potent than any allurement. They can dissolve. This is the secret which keeps parties together. Mr. Cobden most justly said he had never been able to discover what was the proper moment, according to members of Parliament, for a dissolution. He had heard them say they were ready to vote for everything else, but he had never heard them say they were ready to vote for that. Efficiency in an assembly requires a solid mass of steady votes, and these are collected by a deferential attachment to particular men, or by a belief in the principles those men represent, and they are maintained by fear of those men, by the fear that if you vote against them, you may yourself soon not have a vote at all. Thirdly, it may seem odd to say so just after inculcating that party organization is the vital principle of representative government, but that organization is permanently efficient because it is not composed of warm partisans. The body is eager, but the atoms are cool. If it were otherwise, parliamentary government would become the worst of governments, a sectarian government. The party in power would go all the lengths their orators proposed, all that their formulae enjoined as far as they had ever said they would go. But the partisans of the English Parliament are not of such a temper. They are Whigs or Radicals or Tories, but they are much else too. They are common Englishmen, and, as Father Newman complains, hard to be worked up to the dogmatic level. They are not eager to press the tenets of their party to impossible conclusions. On the contrary, the way to lead them, the best and acknowledged way, is to affect a studied and illogical moderation. You may hear men say, without committing myself to the tenet that 3 + 2 make 5, though I am free to admit that the honourable member for Bradford has advanced very grave arguments in behalf of it, I think I may, with the permission of the committee, assume that 2 + 3 do not make 4, which will be a sufficient basis for the important propositions which I shall venture to submit on the present occasion. This language is very suitable to the greater part of the House of Commons. Most men of business love a sort of twilight. They have lived all their lives in an atmosphere of probabilities and of doubt, where nothing is very clear, where there are some chances for many events, where there is much to be said for several courses, where nevertheless one course must be determinedly chosen and fixedly adhered to. They like to hear arguments suited to this intellectual haze. So far from caution or hesitation in the statement of the argument striking them as an indication of imbecility, it seems to them a sign of practicality. They got rich themselves by transactions of which they could not have stated the argumentative ground, and all they ask for is a distinct though moderate conclusion that they can repeat when asked, something which they feel not to be abstract argument, but abstract argument diluted and dissolved in real life. There seemed to me, an impatient young man once said, to be no stay in Peel's arguments, and that was why Sir Robert Peel was the best leader of the Commons in our time. We like to have the rigidity taken out of an argument, and the substance left. Nor indeed, under our system of government, are the leaders themselves of the House of Commons, for the most part, eager to carry party conclusions too far. They are in contact with reality. An opposition, on coming into power, is often like a speculative merchant whose bills become due. Ministers have to make good their promises, and they find a difficulty in so doing. They have said the state of things is so and so, and if you give us the power, we will do thus and thus. But when they come to handle the official documents, to converse with the permanent under-secretary, familiar with disagreeable facts, and though in manner most respectful, yet most imperturbable in opinion, very soon doubts intervene. Of course, something must be done. The speculative merchant cannot forget his bills. The late opposition cannot in office forget those sentences which terrible admirers in the country still quote. But just as the merchant asks his debtor, "Could you not take a bill at 4 months?" so the new minister says to the permanent under-secretary, "Could you not suggest a middle course?" I am, of course, not bound by mere sentences used in debate. I have never been accused of letting a false ambition of consistency warp my conduct, but, etc., etc. And the end always is that a middle course is devised which looks as much as possible like what was suggested in opposition, but which is as much as possible what patent facts which seem to live in the office, so teasing and unceasing are they, prove ought to be done. Of all modes of enforcing moderation on a party, the best is to contrive that the members of that party shall be intrinsically moderate, careful, and almost shrinking men, and the next best to contrive that the leaders of the party, who have protested most in its behalf, shall be placed in the closest contact with the actual world. Our English system contains both contrivances. It makes party government permanent and possible in the sole way in which it can be so, by making it mild. End of section 14. Section 15 of the English Constitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Constitution by Walter Bagehot. The House of Commons, Part 2. But these expedients, though they sufficiently remove the defects which make a common club or quarter sessions impotent, would not enable the House of Commons to govern England. A representative public meeting is subject to a defect over and above those of other public meetings. It may not be independent. The constituencies may not let it alone. But if they do not, all the checks which have been enumerated upon the evils of a party organization would be futile. The feeling of a constituency is the feeling of a dominant party, and that feeling is elicited, stimulated, sometimes even manufactured by the local political agent. Such an opinion could not be moderate, could not be subject to effectual discussion, could not be in close contact with pressing facts, could not be framed under a chastening sense of near responsibility, could not be formed as those form their opinions who have to act upon them. Constituency government is the precise opposite of parliamentary government. It is the government of immoderate persons far from the scene of action, instead of the government of moderate persons close to the scene of action. It is the judgment of persons judging in the last resort and without a penalty, in lieu of persons judging in fear of a dissolution, and ever conscious that they are subject to an appeal. Most persons would admit these conditions of parliamentary government when they read them, but two at least of the most prominent ideas in the public mind are inconsistent with them. The scheme to which the arguments of our demagogues distinctly tend, and the scheme to which the predilections of some most eminent philosophers cleave, are both so. They would not only make parliamentary government work ill, but they would prevent its working at all. They would not render it bad, for they would make it impossible. The first of these is the ultra-democratic theory. This theory demands that every man of 21 years of age, if not every woman too, should have an equal vote in electing Parliament. Suppose that last year there were 12 million adult males in England. Upon this theory, each man is to have 1/12,000,000th share in electing a Parliament. The rich and wise are not to have by explicit law more votes than the poor and stupid, nor are any latent contrivances to give them an influence equivalent to more votes. The machinery for carrying out such a plan is very easy. At each census, the country ought to be divided into 658 electoral districts, in each of which the number of adult males should be the same, and these districts ought to be the only constituencies and elect the whole Parliament. But if the above prerequisites are needful for parliamentary government, that Parliament would not work. Such a Parliament could not be composed of moderate men. The electoral districts would be, some of them, in purely agricultural places, and in these the parson and the squire would have almost unlimited power. They would be able to drive or send to the poll an entire labouring population. These districts would return an unmixed squirearchy. The scattered small towns, which now send so many members to Parliament, would be lost in the clownish mass. Their votes would send to Parliament no distinct members. The agricultural part of England would choose its representatives from quarter sessions exclusively. On the other hand, a large part of the constituencies would be town districts, and these would send up persons representing the beliefs or unbeliefs of the lowest classes in their towns. They would perhaps be divided between the genuine representatives of the artisans, not possibly of the best of the artisans, who are a select and intellectual class, but of the common order of workpeople, and the merely pretended members for that class whom I may call the members for the public houses. In all big towns in which there is electioneering, these houses are the centres of illicit corruption and illicit management. There are pretty good records of what that corruption and management are, but there is no need to describe them here. Everybody will understand what sort of things I mean, and the kind of unprincipled members that are returned by them. Our new Parliament, therefore, would be made up of two sorts of representatives from the town lowest class, and one sort of representatives from the agricultural lowest class. The genuine representatives of the country would be men of one marked sort, and the genuine representatives for the county men of another marked sort, but very opposite. One would have the prejudices of town artisans, and the other the prejudices of county magistrates. Each class would speak a language of its own, each would be unintelligible to the other, and the only thriving class would be the immoral representatives, who were chosen by corrupt machination, and who would probably get a good profit on the capital they laid out in that corruption. If it be true that a parliamentary government is possible only when the overwhelming majority of the representatives are men essentially moderate, of no marked varieties, free from class prejudices, this ultra-democratic parliament could not maintain that government, for its members would be remarkable for two sorts of moral violence and one sort of immoral. I do not for a moment rank the scheme of Mr. Hare with the scheme of the ultra-democrats. One can hardly help having a feeling of romance about it. The world seems growing young when grave old lawyers and mature philosophers propose a scheme promising so much. It is from these classes that young men suffer commonly the chilling demonstration that their fine plans are opposed to rooted obstacles, that they are repetitions of other plans which failed long ago, and that we must be content with the very moderate results of tried machinery. But Mr. Hare and Mr. Mill offer, as the effect of their new scheme, results as large and improvements as interesting as a young enthusiast ever promised to himself in his happiest mood. I do not give any weight to the supposed impracticability of Mr. Hare's scheme because it is new. Of course it cannot be put in practice till it is old. A great change of this sort, happily, cannot be sudden. A free people cannot be confused by new institutions which they do not understand, for they will not adopt them till they understand them. But if Mr. Hare's plan would accomplish what its friends say, or half what they say, it would be worth working for if it were not adopted till the year 1966. We ought incessantly to popularize the principle by writing, and what is better than writing, small preliminary bits of experiment. There is so much that is wearisome and detestable in all other election machineries that I well understand and wish I could share the sense of relief with which the believers in this scheme throw aside all their trammels and look to an almost ideal future when this captivating plan is carried. Mr. Hare's scheme cannot be satisfactorily discussed in the elaborate form in which he presents it. No common person readily apprehends all the details in which, with loving care, he has embodied it. He was so anxious to prove what could be done that he has confused most people as to what it is. I have heard a man say he never could remember it 2 days running. But the difficulty which I feel is fundamental, and wholly independent of detail. There are two modes in which constituencies may be made. First, the law may make them, as in England and almost everywhere. The law may say such and such qualifications shall give a vote for constituency X. Those who have that qualification shall be constituency X. These are what we may call compulsory constituencies, and we know all about them. Or secondly, the law may leave the electors themselves to make them. The law may say all the adult males of a country shall vote, or those males who can read and write, or those who have £50 a year, or any persons any way defined, and then leave those voters to group themselves as they like. Suppose there were 658,000 voters to elect the House of Commons. It is possible for the legislature to say, we do not care how you combine. On a given day, let each set of persons give notice in what group they mean to vote. If every voter gives notice and every one looks to make the most of his vote, each group will have just 1,000. But the law shall not make this necessary. It shall take the 658 most numerous groups, no matter whether they have 2,000 or 1,000 or 900 or 800 votes, the most numerous groups, whatever their number may be, and these shall be the constituencies of the nation. These are voluntary constituencies, if I may so call them, the simplest kind of voluntary constituencies. Mr. Hare proposes a far more complex kind, but to show the merits and demerits of the voluntary principle, the simplest form is much the best. The temptation to that principle is very plain. Under the compulsory form of constituency, the votes of the minorities are thrown away. In the City of London now there are many Tories, but all the members are Whigs. Every London Tory, therefore, is by law and principle misrepresented. His city sends to Parliament not the member whom he wished to have, but the member he wished not to have. But upon the voluntary system, the London Tories, who are far more than 1,000 in number, may combine. They may make a constituency and return a member. In many existing constituencies, the disfranchisement of minorities is hopeless and chronic. I have myself had a vote for an agricultural county for 20 years, and I am a Liberal, but 2 Tories have always been returned, and all my life will be returned. As matters now stand, my vote is of no use, but if I could combine with 1,000 other Liberals in that and other Conservative counties, we might choose a Liberal member. Again, this plan gets rid of all our difficulties as to the size of constituencies. It is said to be unreasonable that Liverpool should return only the same number of members as King's Lynn or Lyme Regis, but upon the voluntary plan, Liverpool could come down to King's Lynn. The Liberal minority in King's Lynn could communicate with the Liberal minority in Liverpool and make up 1,000, and so everywhere. The numbers of popular places would gain what is called their legitimate advantage. They would, when constituencies are voluntarily made, be able to make and be willing to make the greatest number of constituencies. Again, the admirers of a great man could make a worthy constituency for him. As it is, Mr. Mill was returned by the electors of Westminster, and they have never, since they had members, done themselves so great an honour. But what did the electors of Westminster know of Mr. Mill? What fraction of his mind could be imagined by any percentage of their minds? A great deal of his genius most of them would not like. They meant to do homage to mental ability, but it was the worship of an unknown God, if ever there was such a thing in this world. But upon the voluntary plan, 1,000 out of the many thousand students of Mr. Mill's book could have made an appreciating constituency for him. I could reckon other advantages, but I have to object to the scheme, not to recommend it. What are the counterweights which overpower these merits? I reply that the voluntary composition of constituencies appears to me inconsistent with the necessary prerequisites of parliamentary government as they have been just laid down. Under the voluntary system, the crisis of politics is not the election of the member, but the making the constituency. President-making is already a trade in America, and constituency-making would, under the voluntary plan, be a trade here. Every party would have a numerical problem to solve. The leaders would say, we have 350,000 votes, we must take care to have 350 members, and the only way to obtain them is to organize. A man who wanted to compose part of a Liberal constituency must not himself hunt for 1,000 other Liberals. If he did, after writing 10,000 letters, he would probably find he was making part of a constituency of 100, all whose votes would be thrown away, the constituency being too small to be reckoned. Such a Liberal must write to the great Registration Association in Parliament Street. He must communicate with its able managers, and they would soon use his vote for him. They would say, "Sir, you are late. Mr. Gladstone, sir, is full. He got his 1,000 last year. Most of the gentlemen you read of in the papers are full. As soon as a gentleman makes a nice speech, we get a heap of letters to say, 'Make us into that gentleman's constituency.' But we cannot do that. Here is our list. If you do not want to throw your vote away, you must be guided by us. Here are 3 very satisfactory gentlemen, and one is an honourable. You may vote for either of these, and we will write your name down. But if you go voting wildly, you'll be thrown out altogether." The evident result of this organization would be the return of party men mainly. The member-makers would look not for independence but for subservience, and they could hardly be blamed for so doing. They are agents for the Liberal party, and as such they should be guided by what they take to be the wishes of their principal. The mass of the Liberal party wishes Measure A, Measure B, Measure C. The managers of the registration, the skilled manipulators, are busy men. They would say, "Sir, here is our card. If you want to get into Parliament on our side, you must go for that card." It was drawn up by Mr. Lloyd. He used to be engaged on railways, but since they passed this new voting plan, we get him to attend to us. It is a sound card. Stick to that, and you will be right. Upon this, in theory, voluntary plan, you would get together a set of members bound hard and fast with party bands and fetters, infinitely tighter than any members now. Whoever hopes anything from desultory popular action, if matched against systematized popular action, should consider the way in which the American president is chosen. The plan was that the citizens at large should vote for the statesman they liked best. But no one does anything of the sort. They vote for the ticket made by the caucus, and the caucus is a sort of representative meeting which sits voting and voting till they have cut out all the known men against whom much is to be said, and agreed on some unknown man against whom there is nothing known, and therefore nothing to be alleged. Caucuses, or their equivalent, would be far worse here in constituency making than there in president making, because on great occasions the American nation can fix on some one great man whom it knows, but the English nation could not fix on 658 great men and choose them. It does not know so many, and if it did, would go wrong in the difficulties of the manipulation. But though a common voter could only be ranged in an effectual constituency, and a common candidate only reach a constituency by obeying the orders of the political election contrivers upon his side, certain voters and certain members would be quite independent of both. There are organizations in this country which would soon make a set of constituencies for themselves. Every chapel would be an office for vote transferring before the plan had been known 3 months. The church would be much slower in learning it and much less handy in using it, but would learn. At present the dissenters are a most energetic and valuable component of the Liberal party. But under the voluntary plan they would not be a component, they would be a separate, independent element. We now propose to group boroughs, but then they would combine chapels. There would be a member for the Baptist congregation of Tavistock, cum Totnes, cum etc., etc. The full force of this cannot be appreciated except by referring to the former proof that the mass of a parliament ought to be men of moderate sentiments, or they will elect an immoderate ministry and enact violent laws. But upon the plan suggested, the House would be made up of party politicians, selected by a party committee, chained to that committee and pledged to party violence, and of characteristic and therefore immoderate representatives for every ism in all England. Instead of a deliberate assembly of moderate and judicious men, we should have a various compound of all sorts of violence. I may seem to be drawing a caricature, but I have not reached the worst. Bad as these members would be if they were left to themselves, if in a free parliament they were confronted with the perils of government, close responsibility might improve them and make them tolerable. But they would not be left to themselves. A voluntary constituency will nearly always be a despotic constituency. Even in the best case, where a set of earnest men choose a member to expound their earnestness, they will look after him to see that he does expound it. The members will be like the minister of a dissenting congregation. That congregation is collected by a unity of sentiment in doctrine A, and the preacher is to preach doctrine A. If he does not, he is dismissed. At present, the member is free because the constituency is not in earnest. No constituency has an acute, accurate doctrinal creed in politics. The law made the constituencies by geographical divisions, and they are not bound together by close unity of belief. They have vague preferences for particular doctrines, and that is all. But a voluntary constituency would be a church with tenets. It would make its representative the messenger of its mandates and the delegate of its determinations. As in the case of a dissenting congregation, one great minister sometimes rules it, while 99 ministers in the 100 are ruled by it. So here one noted man would rule his electors, but the electors would rule all the others. Thus, the members for a good voluntary constituency would be hopelessly enslaved because of its goodness, but the members for a bad voluntary constituency would be yet more enslaved because of its badness. The makers of these constituencies would keep the despotism in their own hands. In America, there is a division of politicians into wire pullers and blowers. Under the voluntary system, the member of Parliament would be the only momentary mouthpiece, the impotent blower, while the constituency maker would be the latent wire puller, the constant autocrat. He would write to gentlemen in Parliament and say, "You were elected upon the Liberal ticket, and if you deviate from that ticket, you cannot be chosen again." And there would be no appeal for a common-minded man. He is no more likely to make a constituency for himself than a mole is likely to make a planet. It may indeed be said that against a septennial Parliament such machinations would be powerless, that a member elected for 7 years might defy the remonstrances of an earnest constituency, or the imprecations of the latent manipulators. But after the voluntary composition of constituencies, there would soon be but short-lived parliaments. Earnest constituencies would exact frequent elections. They would not like to part with their virtue for a long period. It would anger them to see it used contrary to their wishes, amid circumstances which at the election no one thought of. A 7 years Parliament is often chosen in one political period, lasts through a second, and is dissolved in a third. A constituency collected by law and on compulsion endures this change because it has no collective earnestness. It does not mind seeing the power it gave used in a manner that it could not have foreseen. But a self-formed constituency of eager opinions, a missionary constituency, so to speak, would object. It would think it its bounden duty to object, and the crafty manipulators, though they said nothing, in silence would object still more. The two together would enjoin annual elections and would rule their members unflinchingly. The voluntary plan, therefore, when tried in this easy form, is inconsistent with the extrinsic independence, as well as with the inherent moderation of a Parliament, two of the conditions which, as we have seen, are essential to the bare possibility of parliamentary government. The same objections, as is inevitable, adhere to that principle under its more complicated forms. It is in vain to pile detail on detail when the objection is one of first principle. If the above reasoning be sound, compulsory constituencies are necessary, voluntary constituencies destructive. The optional transferability of votes is not a salutary aid, but a ruinous innovation. I have dwelt upon the proposal of Mr. Hare and upon the ultra-democratic proposal, not only because of the high intellectual interest of the former and the possible practical interest of the latter, but because they tend to bring into relief two, at least, of the necessary conditions of parliamentary government. But besides these necessary qualities, which are needful before a parliamentary government can work at all, there are some additional prerequisites before it can work well. That a House of Commons may work well, it must perform, as we saw, 5 functions well. It must elect a ministry well, legislate well, teach the nation well, express the nation's will well, bring matters to the nation's attention well. The discussion has a difficulty of its own. What is meant by well? Who is to judge? Is it to be some panel of philosophers, some fancied posterity, or some other outside authority? I answer, no philosophy, no posterity, no external authority, but the English nation, here and now. Free government is self-government, a government of the people, by the people. The best government of this sort is that which the people think best. An imposed government, a government like that of the English in India, may very possibly be better. It may represent the views of a higher race than the governed race, but it is not, therefore, a free government. A free government is that which the people subject to it voluntarily choose. In a casual collection of loose people, the only possible free government is a democratic government. Where no one knows or cares for or respects anyone else, all must rank equal. No one's opinion can be more potent than that of another. But as has been explained, a deferential nation has a structure of its own. Certain persons are by common consent agreed to be wiser than others, and their opinion is by consent to rank for much more than its numerical value. We may in these happy nations weigh votes as well as count them, though in less favored countries we can count only. But in free nations the votes so weighed or so counted must decide. A perfect free government is one which decides perfectly according to those votes; an imperfect, one which so decides imperfectly; a bad, one which does not so decide at all. Public opinion is the test of this polity, the best opinion which with its existing habits of deference the nation will accept. If the free government goes by that opinion, it is a good government of its species. If it contravenes that opinion, it is a bad one. Tried by this rule, the House of Commons does its appointing business well. It chooses rulers as we wish rulers to be chosen. If it did not, in a speaking and writing age we should soon know. I have heard a great Liberal statesman say the time was coming when we must advertise for a grievance. Footnote. This was said in 1858. End of footnote. What a good grievance it would be were the ministry appointed and retained by the Parliament, a ministry detested by the nation. An anti-present government league would be instantly created, and it would be more instantly powerful and more instantly successful than the anti-corn law league. It has indeed been objected that the choosing business of Parliament is done ill because it does not choose strong governments, and it is certain that when public opinion does not definitely decide upon a marked policy, and when in consequence parties in the Parliament are nearly even, individual cupidity and changeability may make Parliament change its appointees too often, may induce them never enough to trust any of them, may make it keep all of them under a suspended sentence of coming dismissal. But the experience of Lord Palmerston's second government proves, I think, that these fears are exaggerated. When the choice of a nation is really fixed on a statesman, Parliament will fix upon him too. The parties in the Parliament of 1859 were as nearly divided as in any probable Parliament. A great many Liberals did not much like Lord Palmerston, and they would have gladly cooperated in an attempt to dethrone him. But the same influence acted on Parliament within which acted on the nation without. The moderate men of both parties were satisfied that Lord Palmerston's was the best government, and they therefore preserved it, though it was hated by the immoderate on both sides. We have then found by a critical instance that a government supported by what I may call the common element, by the like-minded men of unlike parties, will be retained in power, though parties are even, and though, as Treasury counting reckons, the majority is imperceptible. If happily, by its intelligence and attractiveness, a cabinet can gain a hold upon the great middle part of Parliament, it will continue to exist, notwithstanding the hatching of small plots and the machinations of mean factions. End of section 15. Section 16 of the English Constitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Constitution by Walter Bagehot. The House of Commons, Part 3. On the whole, I think it indisputable that the selecting task of Parliament is performed as well as public opinion wishes it to be performed. And if we want to improve that standard, we must first improve the English nation, which imposes that standard. Of the substantial part of its legislative task, the same too may, I think, be said. The manner of our legislation is indeed detestable, and the machinery for settling that manner odious. A committee of the whole House, dealing or attempting to deal with the elaborate clauses of a long bill, is a wretched specimen of severe but misplaced labour. It is sure to wedge some clause into the act, such as that which the judge said seemed to have fallen by itself, perhaps, from heaven into the mind of the legislature, so little had it to do with anything on either side or around it. At such times government by a public meeting displays its inherent defects, and is little restrained by its necessary checks. But the essence of our legislature may be separated from its accidents. Subject to two considerable defects, I think Parliament passes laws as the nation wishes to have them passed. 30 years ago this was not so. The nation had outgrown its institutions and was cramped by them. It was a man in the clothes of a boy. Every limb wanted more room, and every garment to be fresh made. "D-me," said Lord Eldon, in the dialect of his age, "if I had to begin life again, I would begin as an agitator." The shrewd old man saw that the best life was that of a miscellaneous objector to the old world, though he loved that world, believed in it, could imagine no other. But he would not say so now. There is no worse trade than agitation at this time. A man can hardly get an audience if he wishes to complain of anything. Nowadays, not only does the mind and policy of Parliament, subject to the exceptions before named, possess the common sort of moderation essential to the possibility of parliamentary government, but also that exact gradation, that precise species of moderation most agreeable to the nation at large. Not only does the nation endure a parliamentary government, which it would not do if Parliament were immoderate, but it likes parliamentary government. A sense of satisfaction permeates the country, because most of the country feels it has got the precise thing that suits it. The exceptions are two. First, that Parliament leans too much to the opinions of the landed interest. The Cattle Plague Act is a conspicuous instance of this defect. The details of that bill may be good or bad, and its policy wise or foolish, but the manner in which it was hurried through the House savoured of despotism. The cotton trade or the wine trade could not, in their maximum of peril, have obtained such aid in such a manner. The House of Commons would hear of no pause, and would heed no arguments. The greatest number of them feared for their incomes. The land of England returns many members annually for the counties. These members the Constitution gave them. But what is curious is that the landed interest gives no seats to other classes, but takes plenty of seats from other classes. Half the boroughs in England are represented by considerable landowners, and when rent is in question, as in the cattle case, they think more of themselves than of those who sent them. In number, the landed gentry in the House far surpass any other class. They have, too, a more intimate connection with one another. They were educated at the same schools, know one another's family name from boyhood, form a society, are the same kind of men, marry the same kind of women. The merchants and manufacturers in Parliament are a motley race, one educated here, another there, a third not educated at all. Some are of the second generation of traders, who consider self-made men intruders upon an hereditary place. Others are self-made, and regard the men of inherited wealth, which they did not make and do not augment, as beings of neither mind nor place, inferior to themselves because they have no brains, and inferior to lords because they have no rank. Traders have no bond of union, no habits of intercourse. Their wives, if they care for society, want to see not the wives of other such men, but better people, as they say. The wives of men certainly with land, and, if heaven help, with the titles. Men who study the structure of Parliament, not in abstract books, but in the concrete London world, wonder not that the landed interest is very powerful, but that it is not despotic. I believe it would be despotic if it were clever, or rather that its representatives were so, but it has a fixed device to make them stupid. The counties not only elect landowners, which is natural and perhaps wise, but also elect only landowners of their own county, which is absurd. There is no free trade in the agricultural mind. Each county prohibits the import of able men from other counties. This is why eloquent skeptics, Bolingbroke and Disraeli, have been so apt to lead the unskeptical Tories. They will have people with a great piece of land in a particular spot, and of course these people generally cannot speak and often cannot think. And so eloquent men who laugh at the party come to lead the party. The landed interest has much more influence than it should have, but it wastes that influence so much that the excess is, except on singular occurrences like the cattle plague, of secondary moment. It is almost another side of the same matter to say that the structure of Parliament gives too little weight to the growing districts of the country, and too much to the stationary. In old times the south of England was not only the pleasantest, but the greatest part of England. Devonshire was a great maritime county when the foundations of our representation were fixed. Somersetshire and Wiltshire, great manufacturing counties. The harsher climate of the northern counties was associated with a ruder, a stern, and a sparser people. The immense preponderance which our Parliament gave before 1832, and though pruned and mitigated, still gives to England south of the Trent, then corresponded to a real preponderance in wealth and mind. How opposite the present contrast is we all know, and the case gets worse every day. The nature of modern trade is to give to those who have much, and take from those who have little. Manufacture goes where manufacture is, because there, and there alone, it finds attendant and auxiliary manufacture. Every railway takes trade from the little town to the big town, because it enables the customer to buy in the big town. Year by year the North, as we may roughly call the new industrial world, gets more important, and the South, as we may call the pleasant remnant of old time, gets less important. It is a grave objection to our existing parliamentary constitution that it gives much power to regions of past greatness and refuses equal power to regions of present greatness. I think, though it is not a popular notion, that by far the greater part of the cry for parliamentary reform is due to this inequality. The great capitalists, Mr. Bright and his friends, believe they are sincere in asking for more power for the working man, but in fact they very naturally and very properly want more power for themselves. They cannot endure, they ought not to endure, that a rich, able manufacturer should be a less man than a small, stupid squire. The notions of political equality which Mr. Bright puts forward are as old as political speculation, and have been refuted by the first efforts of that speculation. But for all that, they are likely to last as long as political society, because they are based upon indelible principles in human nature. Edmund Burke called the first East Indians Jacobins to a man, because they did not feel their present importance equal to their real wealth. So long as there is an uneasy class, a class which has not its just power, it will rashly clutch and blindly believe the notion that all men should have the same power. I do not consider the exclusion of the working classes from effectual representation a defect in this aspect of our parliamentary representation. The working classes contribute almost nothing to our corporate public opinion, and therefore the fact of their want of influence in Parliament does not impair the coincidence of Parliament with public opinion. They are left out in the representation and also in the thing represented. Nor do I think the number of persons of aristocratic descent in Parliament impairs the accordance of Parliament with public opinion. No doubt the direct descendants and collateral relatives of noble families supply members to Parliament in far greater proportion than is warranted by the number of such families in comparison with the whole nation. But I do not believe that these families have the least corporate character, or any common opinions different from others of the landed gentry. They have the opinions of the propertied rank in which they were born. The English aristocracy have never been a caste apart, and are not a caste apart now. They would keep up nothing that other landed gentlemen would not, and if any landed gentlemen are to be sent to the House of Commons, it is desirable that many should be men of some rank. As long as we keep up a double set of institutions, one dignified and intended to impress the many, the other efficient and intended to govern the many, we should take care that the two match nicely, and hide where the one begins and where the other ends. This is in part effected by conceding some subordinate power to the august part of our polity, but it is equally aided by keeping an aristocratic element in the useful part of our polity. In truth, the deferential instinct secures both. Aristocracy is a power in the constituencies. A man who is an honourable or a baronet, or better yet, perhaps a real earl, though Irish, is coveted by half the electing bodies, and caeteris paribus, a manufacturer's son, has no chance with him. The reality of the deferential feeling in the community is tested by the actual election of the class deferred to, where there is a large free choice betwixt it and others. Subject, therefore, to the two minor, but still not inconsiderable defects I have named, Parliament conforms itself accurately enough, both as a chooser of executives and as a legislature, to the formed opinion of the country. Similarly, and subject to the same exceptions, it expresses the nation's opinion in words well, when it happens that words, not laws, are wanted. On foreign matters, where we cannot legislate whatever the English nation thinks, or thinks it thinks, as to the critical events of the world, whether in Denmark, in Italy, or America, and no matter whether it thinks wisely or unwisely, that same something, wise or unwise, will be thoroughly well said in Parliament. The lyrical function of Parliament, if I may use such a phrase, is well done. It pours out in characteristic words the characteristic heart of the nation, and it can do little more useful. Now that free government is in Europe so rare, and in America so distant, the opinion, even the incomplete, erroneous, rapid opinion of the free English people is invaluable. It may be very wrong, but it is sure to be unique. And if it is right, it is sure to contain matter of great magnitude, for it is only a first-class matter in distant things which a free people ever sees or learns. The English people must miss 1,000 minutiae that continental bureaucracies know even too well, but if they see a cardinal truth which those bureaucracies miss, that cardinal truth may greatly help the world. But if in these ways, and subject to these exceptions, Parliament, by its policy and its speech, well embodies and expresses public opinion, I think it must be conceded that it is not equally successful in elevating public opinion. The teaching task of Parliament is the task it does worst, Probably at this moment it is natural to exaggerate this defect. The greatest teacher of all in Parliament, the headmaster of the nation, the great elevator of the country, so far as Parliament elevates it, must be the Prime Minister. He has an influence, an authority, a facility in giving a great tone to discussion, or a mean tone, which no other man has. Now Lord Palmerston for many years steadily applied his mind to giving, not indeed a mean tone, but a light tone, to the proceedings of Parliament. One of his greatest admirers has since his death told a story of which he scarcely sees, or seems to see, the full effect. When Lord Palmerston was first made leader of the House, his jaunty manner was not at all popular, and some predicted failure. "No," said an old member, "he will soon educate us down to his level. The House will soon prefer this ha-ha style to the wit of Canning and the gravity of Peel." I am afraid that we must own that the prophecy was accomplished. No Prime Minister so popular and so influential has ever left in the public memory so little noble teaching. 20 years hence, when men inquire as to the then fading memory of Palmerston, we shall be able to point to no great truth which he taught, no great distinct policy which he embodied, no noble words which once fascinated his age, and which in after years men would not willingly let die. But we shall be able to say he had a genial manner, a firm, sound sense. He had a kind of cant, of insincerity, but we always knew what he meant. He had the brain of a ruler in the clothes of a man of fashion. Posterity will hardly understand the words of the aged reminiscent, but we now feel their effect. The House of Commons, since it caught its tone from such a statesman, has taught the nation worse, and elevated it less than usual. I think, however, that a correct observer would decide that in general and on principle the House of Commons does not teach the public as much as it might teach it, or as the public would wish to learn. I do not wish very abstract, very philosophical, very hard matters to be stated in Parliament. The teaching there given must be popular, and to be popular it must be concrete, embodied, short. The problem is to know the highest truth which the people will bear, and to inculcate and preach that. Certainly Lord Palmerston did not preach it. He a little degraded us by preaching a doctrine just below our own standard, a doctrine not enough below us to repel us much, but yet enough below to harm us by augmenting a worldliness which needed no addition, and by diminishing a love of principle and philosophy which did not want deduction. In comparison with the debates of any other assembly, it is true the debates by the English Parliament are most instructive. The debates in the American Congress have little teaching efficacy. It is the characteristic vice of presidential government to deprive them of that efficacy. In that government, a debate in the legislature has little effect, for it cannot turn out the executive, and the executive can veto all it decides. The French Chambers, footnote, this of course relates to the assemblies of the Empire, end of footnote, are suitable appendages to an empire which desires the power of despotism without its shame. They prevent the enemies of the empire being quite correct when they say there is no free speech. A few permitted objectors fill the air with eloquence, which every one knows to be often true and always vain. The debates in an English Parliament fill a space in the world which in these auxiliary chambers is not possible. But I think any one who compares the discussions on great questions in the higher part of the press with the discussions in Parliament will feel that there is, of course, amid much exaggeration and vagueness, a greater vigor and a higher meaning in the writing than in the speech, a vigor which the public appreciate, a meaning that they like to hear. The Saturday Review said some years ago that the ability of Parliament was a protected ability, that there was at the door a differential duty of at least £2,000 a year. Accordingly, the House of Commons, representing only mind coupled with property, is not equal in mind to a legislature chosen for mind only, and whether accompanied by wealth or not. But I do not for a moment wish to see a representation of pure mind. It would be contrary to the main thesis of this essay. I maintain that Parliament ought to embody the public opinion of the English nation, and certainly that opinion is much more fixed by its property than by its mind. The too clever by half people who live in Bohemia ought to have no more influence in Parliament than they have in England, and they can scarcely have less. Only, after every great abatement and deduction, I think the country would bear a little more mind, and that there is a profusion of opulent dullness in Parliament which might a little, though only a little, be pruned away. The only function of Parliament which remains to be considered is the informing function, as I just now called it, the function which belongs to it, or to members of it, to bring before the nation the ideas, grievances, and wishes of special classes. This must not be confounded with what I have called its teaching function. In life, no doubt, the two run one into another, but so do many things which it is very important in definition to separate. The facts of two things being often found together is rather a reason for than an objection to separating them in idea. Sometimes they are not found together, and then we may be puzzled if we have not trained ourselves to separate them. The teaching function brings true ideas before the nation and is the function of its highest minds. The expressive function brings only special ideas and is the function of but special minds. Each class has its ideas, wants, and notions, and certain brains are ingrained with them. Such sectarian conceptions are not those by which a determining nation should regulate its action, nor are orators, mainly animated by such conceptions, safe guides in policy. But those orators should be heard, those conceptions should be kept in sight. The great maxim of modern thought is not only the toleration of everything, but the examination of everything. It is by examining very bare, very dull, very unpromising things that modern science has come to be what it is. There is a story of a great chemist who said he owed half his fame to his habit of examining after his experiments what was going to be thrown away. Everybody knew the result of the experiment itself, but in the refuse matter there were many little facts and unknown changes which suggested the discoveries of a famous life to a person capable of looking for them. So with the special notions of neglected classes. They may contain elements of truth, which, though small, are the very elements which we now require, because we already know all the rest. This doctrine was well known to our ancestors. They labored to give a character to the various constituencies, or to many of them. They wished that the shipping trade, the wool trade, the linen trade should each have their spokesman, that the unsectional parliament should know what each section in the nation thought before it gave the national decision. This is the true reason for admitting the working classes to a share in the representation, at least as far as the composition of Parliament is to be improved by that admission. A great many ideas, a great many feelings have gathered among the town artisans. A peculiar intellectual life has sprung up among them. They believe that they have interests which are misconceived or neglected, that they know something which others do not know, that the thoughts of Parliament are not as their thoughts. They ought to be allowed to try to convince Parliament. Their notions ought to be stated as those of other classes are stated. Their advocates should be heard as other people's advocates are heard. Before the Reform Bill, there was a recognized machinery for that purpose. The member for Westminster and other members were elected by universal suffrage, or what was in substance such. Those members did in their day state what were the grievances and ideas, or were thought to be the grievances and ideas of the working classes. It was the single, unbending franchise introduced in 1832 that has caused this difficulty, as it has others. Until such a change is made, the House of Commons will be defective, just as the House of Lords was defective. It will not look right. As long as the Lords do not come to their own house, we may prove on paper that it is a good revising chamber, but it will be difficult to make the literary argument felt. Just so, as long as a great class congregated in political localities and known to have political thoughts and wishes is without notorious and palpable advocates in Parliament, we may prove on paper that our representation is adequate, but the world will not believe it. There is a saying in the 18th century that in politics, gross appearances are great realities. It is in vain to demonstrate that the working classes have no grievances, that the middle classes have done all that is possible for them, and so on, with a crowd of arguments which I need not repeat, for the newspapers keep them in type, and we can say them by heart. But so long as the gross appearance is that there are no evident, incessant representatives to speak the wants of artisans, the great reality will be a diffused dissatisfaction. 30 years ago it was vain to prove that Gatton and Old Sarum were valuable seats, and sent good members. Everybody said, "Why, there are no people there." Just so everybody must say now. Our representative system must be imperfect, for an immense class has no members to speak for it. The only answer to the cry against constituencies without inhabitants was to transfer their power to constituencies with inhabitants. Just so, the way to stop the complaint that artisans have no members is to give them members, to create a body of representatives chosen by artisans, believing, as Mr. Carlyle would say, that artisanism is the one thing needful. End of section 16. Section 17 of the English Constitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Constitution by Walter Bagehot. On Changes of Ministry, Part 1. There is one error as to the English Constitution which crops up periodically. Circumstances which often, though irregularly, occur naturally suggest that error, and as surely as they happen, it revives. The relation of Parliament, and especially of the House of Commons, to the executive government is the specific peculiarity of our Constitution, and an event which frequently happens much puzzles some people as to it. That event is a change of ministry. All our administrators go out together. The whole executive government changes, at least all the heads of it change in a body, and at every such change some speculators are sure to exclaim that such a habit is foolish. They say, no doubt Mr. Gladstone and Lord Russell may have been wrong about reform, no doubt Mr. Gladstone may have been cross in the House of Commons, but why should either or both of these events change all the heads of all our practical departments? What could be more absurd than what happened in 1858? Lord Palmerston was for once in his life overbuoyant. He gave rude answers to stupid inquiries. He brought into the cabinet a nobleman concerned in an ugly trial about a woman. He or his foreign secretary did not answer a French dispatch by a despatch, but told our ambassador to reply orally. And because of these trifles, or at any rate these isolated unadministrative mistakes, all our administration had fresh heads. The Poor Law Board had a new chief, the Home Department a new chief, the Public Works a new chief. Surely this was absurd. Now, is this objection good or bad? Speaking generally, is it wise so to change all our rulers? The practice produces three great evils. First, it brings in on a sudden new persons and untried persons to preside over our policy. A little while ago, Lord Cranborne, now Lord Salisbury, who, when this was written, was Indian Secretary, note to second edition, had no more idea that he would now be Indian Secretary than that he would be a bill broker. He had never given any attention to Indian affairs. He can get them up because he is an able, educated man who can get up anything, but they are not part and parcel of his mind, not his subjects of familiar reflection, nor things of which he thinks by predilection, of which he cannot help thinking. But because Lord Russell and Mr. Gladstone did not please the House of Commons about reform, there he is. A perfectly inexperienced man, so far as Indian affairs go, rules all our Indian empire. And if all our heads of offices change together, so very frequently it must be. If 20 offices are vacant at once, there are almost never 20 tried, competent, clever men ready to take them. The difficulty of making up a government is very much like the difficulty of putting together a Chinese puzzle. The spaces do not suit what you have to put into them, and the difficulty of matching a ministry is more than that of fitting a puzzle, because the ministers to be put in can object, though the bits of a puzzle cannot. One objector can throw out the combination. In 1847, Lord Grey would not join Lord John Russell's projected government if Lord Palmerston was to be Foreign Secretary. Lord Palmerston would be Foreign Secretary, and so the government was not formed. The cases in which a single refusal prevents a government are rare, and there must be many concurrent circumstances to make it effectual. But the cases in which refusals impair or spoil a government are very common. It almost never happens that the ministry maker can put into his offices exactly whom he would like. A number of placemen are always too proud, too eager, or too obstinate to go just where they should. Again, this system not only makes new ministers ignorant, but keeps present ministers indifferent. A man cannot feel the same interest that he might in his work if he knows that by events over which he has no control, by errors in which he had no share, by metamorphoses of opinion which belong to a different sequence of phenomena, he may have to leave that work in the middle, and may very likely never return to it. The new man put into a fresh office ought to have the best motive to learn his task thoroughly, but in fact in England he has not at all the best motive. The last wave of party and politics brought him there, the next may take him away. Young and eager men take, even at this disadvantage, a keen interest in office work, but most men, especially old men, hardly do so. Many a battered minister may be seen to think much more of the vicissitudes which make him and unmake him than of any office matter. Lastly, a sudden change of ministers may easily cause a mischievous change of policy. In many matters of business, perhaps in most, a continuity of mediocrity is better than a hotch-potch of excellences. For example, now that progress in the scientific arts is revolutionizing the instruments of war, rapid changes in our head preparers for land and sea war are most costly and most hurtful. A single competent selector of new inventions would probably, in the course of years after some experience, arrive at something tolerable. It is in the nature of steady, regular, experimenting ability to diminish, if not vanquish, such difficulties. But a quick succession of chiefs has no similar facility. They do not learn from each other's experience. You might as well expect the new head boy at a public school to learn from the experience of the last head boy. The most valuable result of many years is a nicely balanced mind, instinctively heedful of various errors. But such a mind is the incommunicable gift of individual experience, and an outgoing minister can no more leave it to his successor than an elder brother can pass it on to a younger. Thus a desultory and incalculable policy may follow from a rapid change of ministers. These are formidable arguments, but 4 things may, I think, be said in reply to or mitigation of them. A little examination will show that this change of ministers is essential to a parliamentary government, that something like it will happen in all elective governments, and that worse happens under presidential government, that it is not necessarily prejudicial to a good administration, but that, on the contrary, something like it is a prerequisite of good administration, that the evident evils of English administration are not the results of parliamentary government, but of grave deficiencies in other parts of our political and social state, that, in a word, they result not from what we have, but from what we have not. As to the first point, those who wish to remove the choice of ministers from Parliament have not adequately considered what a Parliament is. A Parliament is nothing less than a big meeting of more or less idle people. In proportion as you give it power, it will inquire into everything, settle everything, meddle in everything. In an ordinary despotism, the powers of a despot are limited by his bodily capacity and by the cause of pleasure. He is but one man. There are but 12 hours in his day, and he is not disposed to employ more than a small part in dull business. He keeps the rest for the court, or the harem, or for society. He is at the top of the world, and all the pleasures of the world are set before him. Mostly there is only a very small part of political business which he cares to understand, and much of it, with the shrewd sensual sense belonging to the race, he knows that he will never understand. But a Parliament is composed of a great number of men by no means at the top of the world. When you establish a predominant Parliament, you give over the rule of the country to a despot who has unlimited time, who has unlimited vanity, who has, or believes he has, unlimited comprehension, whose pleasure is in action, whose life is work. There is no limit to the curiosity of Parliament. Sir Robert Peel once suggested that a list should be taken down of the questions asked of him in a single evening. They touched more or less on 50 subjects, and there were 1,000 other subjects which by parity of reason might have been added to. As soon as bore A ends, bore B begins. Some inquire from genuine love of knowledge, or from a real wish to improve what they ask about, others to see their name in the papers, others to show a watchful constituency that they are alert, others to get on and to get a place in the government, others from an accumulation of little motives they could not themselves analyze, or because it is their habit to ask things, and a proper reply must be given. It was said that Derby Griffith destroyed Lord Palmerston's first government, and undoubtedly the cheerful impertinence with which in the conceit of victory that minister answered grave men much hurt his parliamentary power. There is one thing which no one will permit to be treated lightly, himself, and so there is one, too, which a sovereign assembly will never permit to be lessened or ridiculed, its own power. The minister of the day will have to give an account in Parliament of all branches of administration, to say why they act when they do, and why they do not when they don't. Nor is chance inquiry all a public department has most to fear. 50 members of Parliament may be zealous for a particular policy affecting the department, and 50 others for another policy, and between them they may divide its action, spoil its favourite aims, and prevent its consistently working out either of their own aims. The process is very simple. Every department at times looks as if it was in a scrape. Some apparent blunder, perhaps some real blunder, catches the public eye. At once the antagonist parliamentary sections, which want to act on the department, seize the opportunity. They make speeches, they move for documents, they amass statistics. They declare that in no other country is such a policy possible as that which the department is pursuing, that it is mediaeval, that it costs money, that it wastes life, that America does the contrary, that Prussia does the contrary. The newspapers follow according to their nature. These bits of administrative scandal amuse the public. Articles on them are very easy to write, easy to read, easy to talk about. They please the vanity of mankind. We think as we read, thank God I am not as that man. I did not send green coffee to the Crimea. I did not send patent cartridge to the common guns, and common cartridge to the breech loaders. I make money. That miserable public functionary only wastes money. As for the defense of the department, no one cares for it or reads it. Naturally, at first hearing it does not sound true. The opposition have the unrestricted selection of the point of attack, and they seldom choose a case in which the department upon the surface of the matter seems to be right. The case of first impression will always be that something shameful has happened, that such and such men did die, that this and that gun would not go off, that this or that ship will not sail. All the pretty reading is unfavorable, and all the praise is very dull. Nothing is more helpless than such a department in Parliament if it has no authorized official defender. The wasps of the House fasten on it. Here they perceive as something easy to sting and safe, for it cannot sting in return. The small grain of foundation for complaint germinates till it becomes a whole crop, At once the minister of the day is appealed to. He is at the head of the administration, and he must put the errors right, if such they are. The opposition leader says, "I put it to the right honourable gentleman, the First Lord of the Treasury. He is a man of business. I do not agree with him in his choice of ends, but he is an almost perfect master of methods and means. What he wishes to do, he does do. Now I appeal to him whether such gratuitous errors, such fatuous incapacity, are to be permitted in the public service. Perhaps the right honourable gentleman will grant me his attention while I show from the very documents of the departments," etc., etc. What is the minister to do? He never heard of this matter. He does not care about the matter. Several of the supporters of the government are interested in the opposition to the department. A grave man, supposed to be wise, mutters, "This is too bad." The Secretary of the Treasury tells him, "The House is uneasy." A good many men are shaky. A.B. said yesterday he had been dragged through the dirt 4 nights following. Indeed, I am disposed to think myself that the department has been somewhat lax. Perhaps an inquiry, etc., etc. And upon that the Prime Minister rises and says that Her Majesty's Government, having given very serious and grave consideration to this most important subject, are not prepared to say that in so complicated a matter the department has been perfectly exempt from error. He does not indeed concur in all the statements which have been made. It is obvious that several of the charges advanced are inconsistent with one another. If A had really died from eating green coffee on the Tuesday, it is plain he could not have suffered from insufficient medical attendance on the following Thursday. However, on so complex a subject, and one so foreign to common experience, he will not give a judgment, and if the honourable member would be satisfied with having the matter inquired into by a committee of that House, he will be prepared to accede to the suggestion. Possibly the outlying department, distrusting the ministry, crams a friend. But it is happy indeed if it chances on a judicious friend. The persons most ready to take up that sort of business are benevolent amateurs, very well intentioned, very grave, very respectable, but also rather dull. Their words are good, but about the joints their arguments are weak. They speak very well, but while they are speaking the decorum is so great that everybody goes away. Such a man is no match for a couple of House of Commons gladiators. They pull what he says to shreds, they show or say that he is wrong about his facts, then he rises in a fuss and must explain. But in his hurry he mistakes and cannot find the right paper, and becomes first hot, then confused, next inaudible, and so sits down. Probably he leaves the House with the notion that the defence of the department has broken down, and so the Times announces to all the world as soon as it awakes. Some thinkers have naturally suggested that the heads of departments should as such have the right of speech in the House, but the system, when it has been tried, has not answered. Mr. Guizot tells us from his own experience that such a system is not effectual. A great popular assembly has a corporate character. It has its own privileges, prejudices, and notions, and one of these notions is that its own members, the persons it sees every day, whose qualities it knows, whose minds it can test, are those whom it can most trust. A clerk speaking from without would be an unfamiliar object. He would be an outsider. He would speak under suspicion. He would speak without dignity. Very often he would speak as a victim. All the bores of the House would be upon him. He would be put upon examination. He would have to answer interrogatories. He would be put through the figures and cross-questioned in detail. The whole effect of what he said would be lost in quaestionculi and hidden in a controversial detritus. Again, such a person would rarely speak with great ability. He would speak as a scribe. His habits must have been formed in the quiet of an office. He is used to red tape, placidity, and the respect of subordinates. Such a person will hardly ever be able to stand the hurly-burly of a public assembly. He will lose his head. He will say what he should not. He will get hot and red. He will feel he is a sort of culprit. After being used to the flattering deference of deferential subordinates, he will be pestered by fuss and confounded by invective. He will hate the House as naturally as the House does not like him. He will be an incompetent speaker addressing a hostile audience. And what is more, an outside administrator addressing Parliament can move Parliament only by the goodness of his arguments. He has no votes to back them up with. he is sure to be at chronic war with some active minority of assailants or others. The natural mode in which a department is improved on great points and new points is by external suggestion. The worst foes of a department are the plausible errors which the most visible facts suggest, and which only half visible facts confute. Both the good ideas and the bad ideas are sure to find advocates, first in the press and then in Parliament. Against these a permanent clerk would have to contend by argument alone. The minister, the head of the parliamentary government, will not care for him. The minister will say in some undressed soliloquy, "These permanent fellows must look after themselves. I cannot be bothered. I have only a majority of 9, and a very shaky majority too. I cannot afford to make enemies for those whom I did not appoint. They did nothing for me, and I can do nothing for them." And if the permanent clerk come to ask his help, he will say in decorous language, "I am sure that if the department can evince to the satisfaction of Parliament that its past management has been such as the public interests require, no one will be more gratified than myself. I am not aware if it will be in my power to attend in my place on Monday, but if I can be so fortunate, I shall listen to your official statement with my very best attention." And so the permanent public servant will be teased by the wits, oppressed by the bores, and massacred by the innovators of Parliament. The incessant tyranny of Parliament over the public offices is prevented, and can only be prevented, by the appointment of a parliamentary head, connected by close ties with the present ministry and the ruling party in Parliament. The parliamentary head is a protecting machine. He and the friends he brings stand between the department and the busybodies and crotchet makers of the House and the country. So long as at any moment the policy of an office could be altered by chance votes in either House of Parliament, there is no security for any consistency. Our guns and our ships are not perhaps very good now, but they would be much worse if any 30 or 40 advocates for this gun or that gun could make a motion in Parliament, beat the department, and get their ships or their guns adopted. The Black Breech Ordnance Company and the Adamantine Ship Company would soon find representatives in Parliament, if 40 or 50 members would get the national custom for their rubbish. But this result is now prevented by the parliamentary head of the department. As soon as the opposition begins the attack, he looks up his means of defense. He studies the subject, compiles his arguments, and builds little piles of statistics, which he hopes will have some effect. He has his reputation at stake, and he wishes to show that he is worth his present place and fit for future promotion. He is well known, perhaps liked by the House. At any rate, the House attends to him. He is one of the regular speakers whom they hear, and he is sure to be able to get himself heard, and he is sure to make the best defense he can. And after he has settled his speech, he loiters up to the Secretary of the Treasury and says quietly, "They have got a motion against me on Tuesday, you know. I hope you will have your men here. A lot of fellows have crotchets, and though they do not agree a bit with one another, they are all against the department. They will all vote for the inquiry." And the Secretary answers, "Tuesday, you say?" "No," looking at a paper, "I do not think it will come on Tuesday. There is Higgins on education. He is good for a long time. But anyhow, it shall be all right." And then he glides about and speaks a word here and a word there, in consequence of which, when the anti-official motion is made, a considerable array of steady, grave faces sits behind the Treasury bench, nay, possibly a rising man who sits in outlying independence below the gangway rises to defend the transaction. The department wins by 33, and the management of that business pursues its steady way. This contrast is no fancy picture. The experiment of conducting the administration of a public department by an independent, unsheltered authority has often been tried and always failed. Parliament always poked at it till it made it impossible. The most remarkable is that of the Poor Law. The administration of that law is now very good, but it is not too much to say that almost the whole of its goodness has been preserved by its having an official and party protector in the House of Commons. Without that contrivance we should have drifted back into the errors of the old Poor Law, and superadded to them the present meanness and incompetence in our large towns. All would have been given up to local management. Parliament would have interfered with the central board till it made it impotent, and the local authorities would have been despotic. The first administration of the new Poor Law was by commissioners. The three kings of Somerset House as they were called. The system was certainly not tried in untrustworthy hands. At the crisis, Mr. Chadwick, one of the most active and best administrators in England, was the secretary and the motive power. The principal commissioner was Sir George Lewis, perhaps the best selective administrator of our time. But the House of Commons would not let the commission alone. For a long time it was defended because the Whigs had made the commission and felt bound as a party to protect it. The new law started upon a certain intellectual impetus. Until that was spent, its administration was supported in a rickety existence by an abnormal strength. But afterwards the commissioners were left to their intrinsic weakness. There were members for all the localities, but there were none for them. There were members for every crotchet and corrupt interest, but there were none for them. The rural guardians would have liked to eke out wages by rates. The city guardians hated control and hated to spend money. The commission had to be dissolved, and a parliamentary head was added. The result is not perfect, but it is an amazing improvement on what would have happened in the old system. The new system has not worked well because the central authority has too little power. But under the previous system, the central authority was getting to have, and by this time would have had, no power at all. And if Sir George Lewis and Mr. Chadwick could not maintain an outlying department in the face of Parliament, how unlikely that an inferior compound of discretion and activity will ever maintain it. These reasonings show why a changing parliamentary head, a head changing as the ministry changes, is a necessity of good parliamentary government. And there is happily a natural provision that there will be such heads. Party organization ensures it. In America, where on account of the fixedly recurring presidential election and the perpetual minor elections, party organization is much more effectually organized than anywhere else, the effect on the offices is tremendous. Every office is filled anew at every presidential change, at least every change which brings in a new party. Not only the greatest posts, as in England, but the minor posts change their occupants. The scale of the financial operations of the federal government is now so increased that most likely, in that department at least, there must in future remain a permanent element of great efficiency. A revenue of £90 million sterling cannot be collected and expended with a trifling and changing staff. But till now the Americans have tried to get on not only with changing heads to a bureaucracy as the English, but without any stable bureaucracy at all. They have facilities for trying it which no one else has. All Americans can administer, and the number of them really fit to be in succession lawyers, financiers, or military managers is wonderful. They need not be as afraid of a change of all their officials as European countries must, for the incoming substitutes are sure to be much better there than here. And they do not fear, as we English fear, that the outgoing officials will be left destitute in middle life, with no hope for the future and no recompense for the past. For in America, whatever may be the cause of it, opportunities are numberless, and a man who is ruined by being off the rails in England soon there gets on another line. The Americans will probably, to some extent, modify their past system of total administrative cataclysms, but their very existence in the only competing form of free government should prepare us for and make us patient with the mild transitions of parliamentary government. These arguments will, I think, seem conclusive to almost everyone, but at this moment many people will meet them thus. They will say, "You prove what we do not deny, that this system of periodical change is a necessary ingredient in parliamentary government. But you have not proved what we do deny, that this change is a good thing. Parliamentary government may have that effect, among others, for anything we care. We maintain merely that it is a defect. In answer, I think it may be shown not, indeed, that this precise change is necessary to a permanently perfect administration, but that some analogous change, some change of the same species, is so." End of section 17. Section 18 of the English Constitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Constitution by Walter Bagehot. On Changes of Ministry, Part 2. At this moment in England there is a sort of leaning towards bureaucracy, at least among writers and talkers. There is a seizure of partiality to it. The English people do not easily change their rooted notions, but they have many unrooted notions. Any great European event is sure for a moment to excite a sort of twinge of conversion to something or other. Just now the triumph of the Prussians, the bureaucratic people, as is believed par excellence, has excited a kind of admiration for bureaucracy, which a few years since we should have thought impossible. I do not presume to criticize the Prussian bureaucracy of my own knowledge. It certainly is not a pleasant institution for foreigners to come across, though agreeableness to travellers is but of very second-rate importance. But it is quite certain that the Prussian bureaucracy, though we for a moment half admire it at a distance, does not permanently please the most intelligent and liberal Prussians at home. What are two among the principal aims of the Fortschritt Partei, party of progress, as Mr. Grant Duff, the most accurate and philosophical of our describers, delineates them? First, a liberal system, conscientiously carried out in all the details of the administration with a view to avoiding the scandals now of frequent occurrence, when an obstinate or bigoted official sets at defiance the liberal initiations of the government, trusting to backstairs influence. Second, an easy method of bringing to justice guilty officials who are at present, as in France, in all conflicts with simple citizens, like men armed cap à pie, fighting with defenceless. A system against which the most intelligent native liberals bring, even with colour of reason, such grave objections, is a dangerous model for foreign imitation. The defects of bureaucracy are indeed well known. It is a form of government which has been tried often enough in the world, and it is easy to show what, human nature being what it in the long run is, the defects of a bureaucracy must in the long run be. It is an inevitable defect that bureaucrats will care more for routine than for results, or, as Burke put it, that they will think the substance of business not to be much more important than the forms of it. Their whole education and all the habit of their lives make them do so. They are brought young into the particular part of the public service to which they are attached. They are occupied for years in learning its forms, afterwards for years too in applying these forms to trifling matters. They are, to use the phrase of an old writer, but the tailors of business. They cut the clothes, but they do not find the body. Men so trained must come to think the routine of business not a means but an end, to imagine the elaborate machinery of which they form a part and from which they derive their dignity to be a grand and achieved result, not a working and changeable instrument. But in a miscellaneous world there is now one evil and now another. The very means which best helped you yesterday may very likely be those which most impede you tomorrow. You may want to do a different thing tomorrow, and all your accumulation of means for yesterday's work is but an obstacle to the new work. The Prussian military system is the theme of popular wonder now, yet its 60 years pointed the moral against form. We have all heard the saying that Frederick the Great lost the battle of Jena. It was the system which he had established, a good system for his wants and his times, which blindly adhered to and continued into a different age, put to strive with new competitors, brought his country to ruin. The dead and formal Prussian system was then contrasted with the living French system, the sudden outcome of the new explosive democracy. The system which now exists is the product of the reaction, and the history of its predecessor is a warning what its future history may be too. It is not more celebrated for its day than Frederick's for his, and principle teaches that a bureaucracy, elated by sudden success and marvelling at its own merit, is the most unimproving and shallow of governments. Not only does a bureaucracy thus tend to under-government in point of quality, it tends to over-government in point of quantity. The trained official hates the rude, untrained public. He thinks that they are stupid, ignorant, reckless, that they cannot tell their own interests, that they should have the leave of the office before they do anything. Protection is the natural inborn creed of every official body. Free trade is an extrinsic idea alien to its notions, and hardly to be assimilated with life, and it is easy to see how an accomplished critic, used to a free and active life, could thus describe the official. Every imaginable and real social interest, says Mr. Lang, religion, education, law, police, every branch of public or private business, personal liberty to move from place to place, even from parish to parish within the same jurisdiction, liberty to engage in any branch of trade or industry on a small or large scale, all the objects, in short, in which body, mind, and capital can be employed in civilized society, were gradually laid hold of for the employment and support of functionaries, were centralized in bureau, were superintended, licensed, inspected, reported upon, and interfered with by a host of officials scattered over the land and maintained at the public expense, yet with no conceivable utility in their duties. They are not, however, gentlemen at large, enjoying salary without service. They are under a semi-military discipline. In Bavaria, for instance, the superior civil functionary can place his inferior functionary under house arrest for neglect of duty, or other offence against civil functionary discipline. In Württemberg, the functionary cannot marry without leave from his superior. Voltaire says somewhere that the art of government is to make two-thirds of a nation pay all it possibly can pay for the benefit of the other third. This is realized in Germany by the functionary system. The functionaries are not there for the benefit of the people, but the people for the benefit of the functionaries. All this machinery of functionarism, with its numerous ranks and gradations in every district, filled with a staff of clerks and expectants in every department looking for employment, appointments, or promotions, was intended to be a new support of the throne in the new social state of the continent. A third class, in connection with the people, by their various official duties of interference in all public or private affairs, yet attached by their interests to the kingly power. The Beamtenstand, or functionary class, was to be the equivalent to the class of nobility, gentry, capitalists, and men of larger landed property than the peasant proprietors, and was to make up in numbers for the want of individual weight and influence. In France, at the expulsion of Louis Philippe, the civil functionaries were stated to amount to 807,030 individuals. This civil army was more than double of the military. In Germany, this class is necessarily more numerous in proportion to the population, the Landwehr system imposing many more restrictions than the conscription on the free action of the people, and requiring more officials to manage it, and the semi-feudal jurisdictions and forms of law requiring much more writing and intricate forms of procedure before the courts than the Code Napoleon. A bureaucracy is sure to think that its duty is to augment official power, official business, or official members, rather than to leave free the energies of mankind. It overdoes the quantity of government as well as impairs its quality. The truth is that a skilled bureaucracy, a bureaucracy trained from early life to its special avocation, is, though it boasts of an appearance of science, quite inconsistent with the true principles of the art of business. That art has not yet been condensed into precepts, but a great many experiments have been made, and a vast floating vapour of knowledge floats through society. One of the most sure principles is, that success depends on a due mixture of special and non-special minds, of minds which attend to the means, and of minds which attend to the end. The success of the great joint stock banks of London, the most remarkable achievement of recent business, has been an example of the use of this mixture. These banks are managed by a board of persons mostly not trained to the business, supplemented by and annexed to a body of specially trained officers who have been bred to banking all their lives. These mixed banks have quite beaten the old banks, composed exclusively of pure bankers. It is found that the board of directors has greater and more flexible knowledge, more insight into the wants of a commercial community, knows when to lend and when not to lend, better than the old bankers who had never looked at life except out of the bank windows. Just so, the most successful railways in Europe have been conducted not by engineers or traffic managers, but by capitalists, by men of a certain business culture, if of no other. These capitalists buy and use the services of skilled managers, as the unlearned attorney buys and uses the services of the skilled barrister, and manage far better than any of the different sorts of special men under them. They combine these different specialties, make it clear where the realm of one ends and that of the other begins, and add to it a wide knowledge of large affairs which no special man can have, and which is only gained by diversified action. But this utility of leading minds used to generalize and acting upon various materials is entirely dependent upon their position. They must not be at the bottom, they must not even be halfway up, they must be at the top. A merchant's clerk would be a child at a bank counter, but the merchant himself could very likely give good, clear, and useful advice in a bank court. The merchant's clerk would be equally at sea in a railway office, but the merchant himself could give good advice, very likely at a board of directors. The summits, if I may so say, of the various kinds of business are, like the tops of mountains, much more alike than the parts below. The bare principles are much the same. It is only the rich, variegated details of the lower strata that so contrast with one another. But it needs travelling to know that the summits are the same. Those who live on one mountain believe that their mountain is wholly unlike all others. The application of this principle to parliamentary government is very plain. It shows at once that the intrusion from without upon an office of an exterior head of the office is not an evil, but that, on the contrary, it is essential to the perfection of that office. If it is left to itself, the office will become technical, self-absorbed, self-multiplying. It will be likely to overlook the end in the means. It will fail from narrowness of mind. It will be eager in seeming to do. It will be idle in real doing. An extrinsic chief is the fit corrector of such errors. He can say to the permanent chief, skilled in the forms and pompous with the memories of his office, "Will you, sir, explain to me how this regulation conduces to the end in view?" According to the natural view of things, the applicant should state the whole of his wishes to one clerk on one paper. You make him say it to 5 clerks on 5 papers. Or again, does it not appear to you, sir, that the reason of this formality is extinct? When we were building wood ships, it was quite right to have such precautions against fire, but now that we are building iron ships, etc., etc. If a junior clerk asked these questions, he would be pooh-poohed. It is only the head of an office that can get them answered. It is he, and he only, that brings the rubbish of office to the burning glass of sense. The immense importance of such a fresh mind is greatest in a country where business changes most. A dead, inactive, agricultural country may be governed by an unalterable bureau for years and years, and no harm come of it. If a wise man arrange the bureau rightly in the beginning, it may run rightly a long time. But if the country be a progressive, eager, changing one, soon the bureau will either cramp improvement or be destroyed itself. This conception of the use of a parliamentary head shows how wrong is the obvious notion which regards him as the principal administrator of his office. The late Sir George Lewis used to be fond of explaining this subject. He had every means of knowing. He was bred in the permanent civil service. He was a very successful Chancellor of the Exchequer, a very successful Home Secretary, and he died Minister for War. He used to say, "It is not the business of a cabinet minister to work his department. His business is to see that it is properly worked. If he does much, he is probably doing harm. The permanent staff of the office can do what he chooses to do much better, or if they cannot, they ought to be removed. He is only a bird of passage, and cannot compete with those who are in the office all their lives round." Sir George Lewis was a perfect parliamentary head of an office, so far as that head is to be a keen critic and rational corrector of it. But Sir George Lewis was not perfect. He was not even an average good head in another respect. The use of a fresh mind applied to the official mind is not only a corrective use, it is also an animating use. A public department is very apt to be dead to what is wanting for a great occasion till the occasion is past. The vague public mind will appreciate some signal duty before the precise occupied administration perceives it. The Duke of Newcastle was of this use, at least in the Crimean War. He roused up his department, though when roused it could not act. A perfect parliamentary minister would be one who should add the animating capacity of the Duke of Newcastle to the accumulated sense, the detective instinct, and the laissez-faire habit of Sir George Lewis. As soon as we take the true view of parliamentary office, we shall perceive that fairly frequent change in the official is an advantage, not a mistake. If his function is to bring a representative of outside sense and outside animation in contact with the inside world, he ought often to be changed. No man is a perfect representative of outside sense. There is some one, says the true French saying, who is more able than Talleyrand, more able than Napoleon, c'est tout le monde. That many-sided sense finds no microcosm in any single individual. Still less are the critical function and the animating function of a parliamentary minister likely to be perfectly exercised by one and the same man. Impelling power and restraining wisdom are as opposite as any two things, and are rarely found together. And even if the natural mind of the parliamentary minister was perfect, long contact with the office would destroy his use. Inevitably he would accept the ways of office, think its thoughts, live its life. The dyer's hand would be subdued to what it works in. If the function of a parliamentary minister is to be an outsider to his office, we must not choose one who by habit, thought, and life is acclimatized to its ways. There is every reason to expect that a parliamentary statesman will be a man of quite sufficient intelligence, quite enough various knowledge, quite enough miscellaneous experience to represent effectually general sense in opposition to bureaucratic sense. Most cabinet ministers in charge of considerable departments are men of superior ability. I have heard an eminent living statesman of long experience say that in his time he only knew one instance to the contrary, and there is the best protection that it shall be so. A considerable cabinet minister has to defend his department in the face of mankind, and though distant observers and sharp writers may depreciate it, this is a very difficult thing. A fool who has publicly to explain great affairs, who has publicly to answer detective questions, who has publicly to argue against able and quick opponents, must soon be shown to be a fool. The very nature of parliamentary government answers for the discovery of substantial incompetence. At any rate, none of the competing forms of government have nearly so effectual a procedure for putting a good untechnical minister to correct and impel the routine ones. There are but four important forms of government in the present state of the world: the parliamentary, the presidential, the hereditary, and the dictatorial or revolutionary. Of these I have shown that, as now worked in America, the presidential form of government is incompatible with a skilled bureaucracy. If the whole official class change when a new party goes out or comes in, a good official system is impossible. Even if more officials should be permanent in America than now, still vast numbers will always be changed. The whole issue is based on a single election, on the choice of president. By that internecine conflict, all else is won or lost. The managers of the contest have the greatest possible facility in using what I may call patronage, bribery. Everybody knows that, as a fact, the president can give what places he likes to what persons, and when his friends tell A, B. If we win, C, D shall be turned out of Utica post office, and you, A, B, shall have it. A, B believes it, and is justified in doing so. But no individual member of Parliament can promise place effectually. He may not be able to give the places. His party may come in, but he will be powerless. In the United States, party intensity is aggravated by concentrating an overwhelming importance on a single contest, and the efficiency of promised offices as a means of corruption is augmented because the victor can give what he likes to whom he likes. Nor is this the only defect of a presidential government in reference to the choice of officers. The president has the principal anomaly of a parliamentary government without having its corrective. At each change of party, the president distributes, as here, the principal offices to his principal supporters. But he has an opportunity for singular favoritism. The minister lurks in the office. He need do nothing in public. He need not show for years whether he is a fool or wise. The nation can tell what a parliamentary member is by the open test of Parliament, but no one, save from actual contact or by rare position, can tell anything certain of a presidential minister. End of section 18. Section 19 of the English Constitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Constitution by Walter Bagehot. On Changes of Ministry, Part 3. The case of a minister under an hereditary form of government is yet worse. The hereditary king may be weak, may be under the government of women, may appoint a minister from childish motives, may remove one from absurd whims. There is no security that an hereditary king will be competent to choose a good chief minister, and thousands of such kings have chosen millions of bad ministers. By the dictatorial or revolutionary sort of government, I mean that very important sort in which the sovereign, the absolute sovereign, is selected by insurrection. In theory, one would certainly have hoped that by this time such a crude elective machinery would have been reduced to a secondary part. But in fact, the greatest nation, or perhaps after the exploits of Bismarck, I should say one of the two greatest nations of the continent, vacillates between the revolutionary and the parliamentary, and now is governed under the revolutionary form. France elects its rulers in the streets of Paris. Flatterers may suggest that the democratic empire will become hereditary, but close observers know that it cannot. The idea of the government is that the emperor represents the people in capacity, in judgment, in instinct, but no family through generations can have sufficient or half sufficient mind to do so. The representative despot must be chosen by fighting, as Napoleon I and Napoleon III were chosen. And such a government is likely, whatever be its other defects, to have a far better and abler administration than any other government. The head of the government must be a man of the most consummate ability. He cannot keep his place, he can hardly keep his life unless he is. He is sure to be active, because he knows that his power, and perhaps his head, may be lost if he be negligent. The whole frame of his state is strained to keep down revolution. The most difficult of all political problems is to be solved. The people are to be at once thoroughly restrained and thoroughly pleased. The executive must be like a steel shirt of the Middle Ages, extremely hard and extremely flexible. It must give way to attractive novelties which do not hurt. It must resist such as are dangerous. It must maintain old things which are good and fitting. It must alter such as cramp and give pain. The dictator dare not appoint a bad minister if he would. I admit that such a despot is a better selector of administrators than a parliament, that he will know how to mix fresh minds and use minds better, that he is under a stronger motive to combine them well, that here is to be seen the best of all choosers with the keenest motives to choose. But I need not prove in England that the revolutionary selection of rulers obtains administrative efficiency at a price altogether transcending its value. that it shocks credit by its catastrophes, that for intervals it does not protect property or life, that it maintains an undergrowth of fear through all prosperity, that it may take years to find the true capable despot, that the interregna of the incapable are full of all evil, that the fit despot may die as soon as found, that the good administration and all else hang by the thread of his life. But if, with the exception of this terrible revolutionary government, a parliamentary government upon principle surpasses all its competitors in administrative efficiency, why is it that our English government, which is beyond comparison the best of parliamentary governments, is not celebrated through the world for administrative efficiency? It is noted for many things. Why is it not noted for that? Why, according to popular belief, is it rather characterized by the very contrary? One great reason of the diffused impression is that the English government attempts so much. Our military system is that which is most attacked. Objectors say we spend much more on our army than the great military monarchies, and yet with an inferior result. But then what we attempt is incalculably more difficult. The continental monarchies have only to defend compact European territories by the many soldiers whom they force to fight. The English try to defend without any compulsion, only by such soldiers as they persuade to serve, territories far surpassing all Europe in magnitude and situated all over the habitable globe. Our horse guards and war office may not be at all perfect. I believe they are not, but if they had sufficient recruits selected by force of law, if they had, as in Prussia, the absolute command of each man's time for a few years, and the right to call him out afterwards when they liked, we should be much surprised at the sudden ease and quickness with which they did things. I have no doubt, too, that any accomplished soldier of the Continent would reject as impossible what we after a fashion effect. He would not attempt to defend a vast scattered empire with many islands, a long frontier line in every continent, and a very tempting bit of plunder at the centre by mere volunteer recruits, who mostly come from the worst class of the people, whom the great Duke called the scum of the earth, who come in uncertain numbers year by year, who by some political accident may not come in adequate numbers or at all in the year we need them most. Our War Office attempts what foreign war offices, perhaps rightly, would not try at. Their officers have means of incalculable force denied to ours, though ours is set to harder tasks. Again, the English navy undertakes to defend a line of coast and a set of dependencies far surpassing those of any continental power, and the extent of our operations is a singular difficulty just now. It requires us to keep a large stock of ships and arms, but on the other hand there are most important reasons why we should not keep much. The naval art and the military art are both in a state of transition. The last discovery of today is out of date and superseded by an antagonistic discovery tomorrow. Any large accumulation of vessels or guns is sure to contain much that will be useless, unfitting, antediluvian, when it comes to be tried. There are two cries against the Admiralty which go on side by side. One says, "We have not ships enough, no relief ships, no navy, to tell the truth." The other cry says, "We have all the wrong ships, all the wrong guns, and nothing but the wrong." In their foolish constructive mania, the Admiralty have been building when they ought to have been waiting. They have heaped a curious museum of exploded inventions, but they have given us nothing serviceable. The two cries for opposite policies go on together, and blacken our executive together, though each is a defense of the executive against the other. Again, the Home Department in England struggles with difficulties of which abroad they have long got rid. We love independent local authorities, little centres of outlying authority. When the metropolitan executive most wishes to act, it cannot act effectually because these lesser bodies hesitate, deliberate, or even disobey. But local independence has no necessary connection with parliamentary government. The degree of local freedom desirable in a country varies according to many circumstances, and a parliamentary government may consist with any degree of it. We certainly ought not to debit parliamentary government as a general and applicable polity with the particular vices of the guardians of the poor in England, though it is so debated every day. Again, as our administration has in England this peculiar difficulty, so, on the other hand, foreign competing administrations have a peculiar advantage. Abroad, a man under government is a superior being. He is higher than the rest of the world. He is envied by almost all of it. This gives the government the easy pick of the élite of the nation. All clever people are eager to be under government, and are hardly to be satisfied elsewhere. But in England there is no such superiority, and the English have no such feeling. We do not respect a stamp office clerk or an exciseman's assistant. A pursy grocer considers he is much above either. Our government cannot buy for minor clerks the best ability of the nation in the cheap currency of pure honour, and no government is rich enough to buy very much of it in money. Our mercantile opportunities allure away the most ambitious minds. The Foreign Bureau are filled with a selection from the ablest men of the nation, but only a very few of the best men approach the English offices. But these are neither the only nor even the principal reasons why our public administration is not so good as, according to principle and to the unimpeded effects of parliamentary government, it should be. There are two great causes at work, which in their consequences run out into many details, but which in their fundamental nature may be briefly described. The first of these causes is our ignorance. No polity can get out of a nation more than there is in the nation. A free government is essentially a government by persuasion. And as are the people to be persuaded, and as are the persuaders, so will that government be. On many parts of our administration the effect of our extreme ignorance is at once plain. The foreign policy of England has for many years been, according to the judgment now in vogue, inconsequent, fruitless, casual, aiming at no distinct pre-imagined end, based on no steadily preconceived principle. I have not room to discuss with how much or how little abatement this decisive censure should be accepted. However, I entirely concede that our recent foreign policy has been open to very grave and serious blame. But would it not have been a miracle if the English people, directing their own policy, and being what they are, had directed a good policy? Are they not, above all nations, divided from the rest of the world, insular, both in situation and in mind, both for good and for evil? Are they not out of the current of common European causes and affairs? Are they not a race contemptuous of others? Are they not a race with no special education or culture as to the modern world, and too often despising such culture? Who could expect such a people to comprehend the new and strange events of foreign places? So far from wondering that the English Parliament has been inefficient in foreign policy, I think it is wonderful, and another sign of the rude, vague imagination that is at the bottom of our people, that we have done so well as we have. Again, the very conception of the English Constitution, as distinguished from a purely parliamentary constitution, is that it contains dignified parts, that is, retained not for intrinsic use, but from their imaginative attraction upon an uncultured and rude population. All such elements tend to diminish simple efficiency. They are like the additional and solely ornamental wheels introduced into the clocks of the Middle Ages, which tell the then age of the moon or the supreme constellation, which make little men or birds come out and in theatrically. All such ornamental work is a source of friction and error. It prevents the time being marked accurately. Each new wheel is a new source of imperfection. So if authority is given to a person not on account of his working fitness, but on account of his imaginative efficiency, he will commonly impair good administration. He may do something better than good work of detail, but will spoil good work of detail. The English aristocracy is often of this sort. It has an influence over the people of vast value still, and of infinite value formerly. But no man would select the cadets of an aristocratic house as desirable administrators. They have peculiar disadvantages in the acquisition of business knowledge, business training, and business habits, and they have no peculiar advantages. Our middle class, too, is very unfit to give us the administrators we ought to have. I cannot now discuss whether all that is said against our education is well grounded. It is called by an excellent judge pretentious, insufficient, and unsound. But I will say that it does not fit men to be men of business as it ought to fit them. Till lately, the very simple attainments and habits necessary for a banker's clerk had a scarcity value. The sort of education which fits a man for the higher posts of practical life is still very rare. There is not even a good agreement as to what it is. Our public officers cannot be as good as the corresponding officers of some foreign nations till our business education is as good as theirs. Footnote. I am happy to state that this evil is much diminishing. The improvement of school education of the middle class in the last 25 years is marvelous. End of footnote. But strong as is our ignorance in deteriorating our administration, another cause is stronger still. There are but 2 foreign administrations, probably better than ours, and both these have had something which we have not had. Theirs in both cases were arranged by a man of genius, after careful forethought and upon a special design. Napoleon built upon a clear stage, which the French Revolution bequeathed him. The originality once ascribed to his edifice was indeed untrue. Tocqueville and Lavergne have shown that he did but run up a conspicuous structure in imitation of a latent one, before concealed by the medieval complexities of the old regime. But what we are concerned with now is, not Napoleon's originality, but his work. He undoubtedly settled the administration of France upon an effective, consistent, and enduring system. The succeeding governments have but worked the mechanism they inherited from him. Frederick the Great did the same in the new monarchy of Prussia. Both the French system and the Prussian are new machines, made in civilized times to do their appropriate work. The English offices have never, since they were made, been arranged with any reference to one another, or rather they were never made, but grew as each could. The sort of free trade which prevailed in public institutions in the English Middle Ages is very curious. Our 3 courts of law, the Queen's Bench, the Common Pleas, and the Exchequer, for the sake of the fees, extended an originally contracted sphere into the entire sphere of litigation. Boni judicis est ampliare jurisdictionem, went the old saying, or in English, it is the mark of a good judge to augment the fees of his court, his own income, and the income of his subordinates. The central administration, the Treasury, never asked any account of the moneys the courts thus received. So long as it was not asked to pay anything, it was satisfied. Only last year one of the many remnants of this system cropped up, to the wonder of the public. A clerk in the Patent Office stole some fees, and naturally the men of the 19th century thought our principal finance minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, would be, as in France, responsible for it. But the English law was different somehow. The Patent Office was under the Lord Chancellor, and the Court of Chancery is one of the multitude of our institutions which owe their existence to free competition. And so it was the Lord Chancellor's business to look after the fees, which, of course, as an occupied judge, he could not. A certain act of Parliament did indeed require that the fees of the Patent Office should be paid into the Exchequer, and again the Chancellor of the Exchequer was thought to be responsible in the matter, but only by those who did not know. According to our system, the Chancellor of the Exchequer is the enemy of the Exchequer. A whole series of enactments try to protect it from him. Until a few months ago there was a very lucrative sinecure called the Comptrollership of the Exchequer, designed to guard the Exchequer against its Chancellor, and the last holder, Lord Monteagle, used to say he was the pivot of the English Constitution. I have not room to explain what he meant, and it is not needful. What is to the purpose is that by an inherited series of historical complexities, a defaulting clerk in an office of no litigation was not under natural authority the finance minister, but under a faraway judge who had never heard of him. The whole office of the Lord Chancellor is a heap of anomalies. He is a judge, and it is contrary to obvious principle that any part of administration should be entrusted to a judge. It is of very grave moment that the administration of justice should be kept clear of any sinister temptations. Yet the Lord Chancellor, our chief judge, sits in the Cabinet and makes party speeches in the Lords. Lord Lyndhurst was a principal Tory politician, and yet he presided in the O'Connell case. Lord Westbury was in chronic wrangle with the bishops, but he gave judgment upon essays and reviews. In truth, the Lord Chancellor became a cabinet minister, because, being near the person of the sovereign, he was high in court precedence, and not upon a political theory, wrong or right. A friend once told me that an intelligent Italian asked him about the principal English officers, and that he was very puzzled to explain their duties, and especially to explain the relation of their duties to their titles. I do not remember all the cases, but I can recollect that the Italian could not comprehend why the First Lord of the Treasury had, as a rule, nothing to do with the Treasury, or why the woods and forests looked after the sewerage of towns. This conversation was years before the cattle plague, but I should like to have heard the reasons why the Privy Council Office had charge of that malady. Of course, one could give an historical reason, but I mean an administrative reason, a reason which would show not how it came to have the duty, but why in future it should keep it. But the unsystematic and casual arrangement of our public offices is not more striking than their difference of arrangement for the one purpose they have in common. They all, being under the ultimate direction of a parliamentary official, ought to have the best means of bringing the whole of the higher concerns of the office before that official. When the fresh mind rules, the fresh mind requires to be informed, and most business being rather alike, the machinery for bringing it before the extrinsic chief ought, for the most part, to be similar. At any rate, where it is different, it ought to be different upon reason, and where it is similar, similar upon reason. Yet there are almost no two offices which are exactly alike in the defined relations of the permanent official to the parliamentary chief. Let us see. The army and navy are the most similar in nature, yet there is in the army a permanent outside office called the Horse Guards, to which there is nothing else like. In the navy there is a curious anomaly, a board of admiralty, also changing with every government, which is to instruct the First Lord in what he does not know. The relations between the First Lord and the board have not always been easily intelligible, and those between the War Office and the Horse Guards are in extreme confusion. Even now a parliamentary paper relating to them has just been presented to the House of Commons, which says the fundamental and ruling document cannot be traced beyond the possession of Sir George Lewis, who was Secretary for War 3 years since, and the confused details are endless, as they must be in a chronic contention of offices. At the Board of Trade there is only the hypothesis of a board. It has long ceased to exist. Even the President and Vice President do not regularly meet for the transaction of affairs. The patent of the latter is only to transact business in the absence of the President, and if the two are not intimate, and the President chooses to act himself, the Vice President sees no papers and does nothing. At the Treasury the shadow of a board exists, but its members have no power, and are the very officials whom Canning said existed to make a house, to keep a house, and to cheer the ministers. The India Office has a fixed council, but the Colonial Office, which rules over our other dependencies and colonies, has not, and never had, the vestige of a council. Any of these varied constitutions may be right, but all of them can scarcely be right. In truth, the real constitution of a permanent office to be ruled by a permanent chief has been discussed only once in England, That case was a peculiar and anomalous one, and the decision then taken was dubious. A new India Office, when the East India Company was abolished, had to be made. The late Mr. James Wilson, a consummate judge of administrative affairs, then maintained that no council ought to be appointed eo nomine, but that the true counsel of a cabinet minister was a certain number of highly paid, much occupied, responsible secretaries, whom the minister could consult either separately or together as and when he chose. Such secretaries, Mr. Wilson maintained, must be able, for no minister will sacrifice his own convenience and endanger his own reputation by appointing a fool to a post so near himself and where he can do much harm. A member of a board may easily be incompetent. If some other members and the chairman are able, the addition of one or two stupid men will not be felt. They will receive their salaries and do nothing. But a permanent under-secretary charged with a real control over much important business must be able, or his superior will be blamed, and there will be a scrape in Parliament. I cannot here discuss, nor am I competent to discuss, the best mode of composing public offices and of adjusting them to a parliamentary head. There ought to be on record skilled evidence on this subject before a person without any specific experience can to any purpose think about it. But I may observe that the plan which Mr. Wilson suggested is that followed in the most successful part of our administration, the ways and means part. When the Chancellor of the Exchequer prepares a budget, he requires from the responsible heads of the Revenue Department their estimates of the public revenue upon the preliminary hypothesis that no change is made, but that last year's taxes will continue. If afterwards he thinks of making an alteration, he requires a report on that too. If he has to renew exchequer bills or operate anyhow in the city, he takes the opinion, oral or written, of the ablest and most responsible person at the National Debt Office, and the ablest and most responsible at the Treasury. Mr. Gladstone, by far the greatest Chancellor of the Exchequer of this generation, one of the very greatest of any generation, has often gone out of his way to express his obligation to these responsible, skilled advisers. The more a man knows himself, the more habituated he is to action in general, the more sure he is to take and to value responsible counsel, emanating from ability and suggested by experience. That this principle brings good fruit is certain. We have, by unequivocal admission, the best budget in the world. Why should not the rest of our administration be as good if we did but apply the same method to it? I leave this to stand as it was originally written, since it does not profess to rest on my own knowledge, and only offers a suggestion on good authority. Recent experience seems, however, to show that in all great administrative departments there ought to be some one permanent responsible head, through whom the changing parliamentary chief always acts, from whom he learns everything, and to whom he communicates everything. The daily work of the Exchequer is a trifle compared with that of the Admiralty or the Home Office, and therefore a single principal head is not there so necessary. But the preponderance of evidence at present is that in all offices of very great work some one such head is essential. End of section 19.
Section 20 of the English Constitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Constitution by Walter Bagehot. Number 7. Its Supposed Checks and Balances, Part 1. In a former essay I devoted an elaborate discussion to the comparison of the royal and unroyal form of parliamentary government. I showed that at the formation of a ministry, and during the continuance of a ministry, a really sagacious monarch might be of rare use. I ascertained that it was a mistake to fancy that at such times a constitutional monarch had no rule and no duties. But I proved likewise that the temper, the disposition, and the faculties then needful to fit a constitutional monarch for usefulness were very rare, at least as rare as the faculties of a great absolute monarch, and that a common man in that place is apt to do at least as much harm as good, perhaps more harm. But in that essay I could not discuss fully the functions of a king at the conclusion of an administration, for then the most peculiar parts of the English government, the power to dissolve the House of Commons and the power to create new peers, come into play, and until the nature of the House of Lords and the nature of the House of Commons had been explained, I had no premises for an argument as to the characteristic action of the king upon them. We have since considered the functions of the two houses, and also the effects of changes of ministry on our administrative system. We are now, therefore, in a position to discuss the functions of a king at the end of an administration. I may seem over-formal in this matter, but I am very formal on purpose. It appears to me that the functions of our executive in dissolving the Commons and augmenting the peers are among the most important and the least appreciated parts of our whole government, and that hundreds of errors have been made in copying the English Constitution from not comprehending them. Hobbes told us long ago, and everybody now understands, that there must be a supreme authority, a conclusive power, in every state, on every point, somewhere. The idea of government involves it, when that idea is properly understood. But there are two classes of governments. In one, the supreme determining power is upon all points the same. In the other, that ultimate power is different upon different points, now resides in one part of the Constitution, and now in another. The Americans thought that they were imitating the English in making their Constitution upon the last principle, in having one ultimate authority for one sort of matter, and another for another sort. But in truth, the English Constitution is the type of the opposite species. It has only one authority for all sorts of matters. To gain a living conception of the difference, let us see what the Americans did. First, they altogether retained what, in part, they could not help, the sovereignty of the separate states. A fundamental article of the Federal Constitution says that the powers not delegated to the central government are reserved to the states respectively. And the whole recent history of the Union, perhaps all its history, has been more determined by that enactment than by any other single cause. The sovereignty of the principal matters of state has rested not with the highest government, but with the subordinate government. The federal government could not touch slavery. The domestic institution, which divided the Union into two halves, unlike one another in morals, politics, and social condition, and at last set them to fight. This determining political fact was not in the jurisdiction of the highest government in the country, where you might expect its highest wisdom, nor in the central government, where you might look for impartiality, but in local governments, where petty interests were sure to be considered, and where only inferior abilities were likely to be employed. The capital fact was reserved for the minor jurisdictions. Again, there has been only one matter comparable to slavery in the United States, and that has been vitally affected by the state governments also. Their ultra-democracy is not a result of federal legislation, but of state legislation. The Federal Constitution deputed one of the main items of its structure to the subordinate governments. One of its clauses provides that the suffrages for the Federal House of Representatives shall be, in each state, the same as for the most numerous branch of the legislature of that state. And as each state fixes the suffrage for its own legislatures, the states altogether fix the suffrage for the federal lower chamber. By another clause of the Federal Constitution, the states fix the electoral qualification for voting at a presidential election. The primary element in a free government, the determination how many people shall have a share in it, in America depends not on the government, but on certain subordinate local and sometimes, as in the South now, hostile bodies. Doubtless, the framers of the Constitution had not much choice in the matter. The wisest of them were anxious to get as much power for the central government, and to leave as little to the local governments as they could. But a cry was got up that this wisdom would create a tyranny and impair freedom, and with that help local jealousy triumphed easily. All federal government is, in truth, a case in which what I have called the dignified elements of government do not coincide with the serviceable elements. At the beginning of every league the separate states are the old governments, which attract and keep the love and loyalty of the people. The federal government is a useful thing, but new and unattractive. It must concede much to the state governments, for it is indebted to them for motive power. They are the governments which the people voluntarily obey. When the state governments are not thus loved, they vanish, as the little Italian and the little German potentates vanished. No federation is needed. A single central government rules all. But the division of the sovereign authority in the American Constitution is far more complex than this. The part of that authority left to the federal government is itself divided and subdivided. The greatest instance is the most obvious. The Congress rules the law, but the President rules the administration. One means of unity the Constitution does give. The President can veto laws he does not like. But when 2/3 of both houses are unanimous, as has lately happened, they can overrule the President and make the laws without him. So here there are 3 separate repositories of the legislative power in different cases. First, Congress and the President when they agree. Next, the President when he effectually exerts his power. Then the requisite 2/3 of Congress when they overrule the President. And the President need not be overactive in carrying out a law he does not approve of. He may indeed be impeached for gross neglect, but between criminal nonfeasance and zealous activity there are infinite degrees. Mr. Johnson does not carry out the Freedmen's Bureau Bill as Mr. Lincoln, who approved of it, would have carried it out. The American Constitution has a special contrivance for varying the supreme legislative authority in different cases, and dividing the administrative authority from it in all cases. But the administrative power itself is not left thus simple and undivided. One most important part of administration is international policy, and the supreme authority here is not in the President, still less in the House of Representatives, but in the Senate. The President can only make treaties, provided 2/3 of senators present concur. The sovereignty, therefore, for the greatest international questions is in a different part of the state altogether from any common administrative or legislative question. It is put in a place by itself. Again, the Congress declares war, but they would find it very difficult, according to the recent construction of their laws, to compel the President to make a peace. The authors of the Constitution doubtless intended that Congress should be able to control the American executive as our Parliament controls ours. They placed the granting of supplies in the House of Representatives exclusively, but they forgot to look after paper money, and now it has been held that the President has power to emit such money without consulting Congress at all. The first part of the late war was so carried on by Mr. Lincoln. He relied not on the grants of Congress, but on the prerogative of emission. It sounds a joke, but it is true nevertheless, that this power to issue greenbacks is decided to belong to the President as Commander-in-Chief of the Army. It is part of what was called the war power. In truth, money was wanted in the late war, and the administration got it in the readiest way, and the nation, glad not to be more taxed, wholly approved of it. But the fact remains that the President has now, by precedent and decision, a mighty power to continue a war without the consent of Congress, and perhaps against its wish. Against the united will of the American people, a President would, of course, be impotent. Such is the genius of the place and nation that he would never think of it. But when the nation was, as of late, divided into two parties, one cleaving to the President, the other to the Congress, the now unquestionable power of the President to issue paper money may give him the power to continue the war, though Parliament, as we should speak, may enjoin the war to cease. And lastly, the whole region of the very highest questions is withdrawn from the ordinary authorities of the state, and reserved for special authorities. The Constitution cannot be altered by any authorities within the Constitution, but only by authorities without it. Every alteration of it, however urgent or however trifling, must be sanctioned by a complicated proportion of states or legislatures. The consequence is that the most obvious evils cannot be quickly remedied, that the most absurd fictions must be framed to evade the plain sense of mischievous clauses, that a clumsy working and curious technicality mark the politics of a rough and ready people. The practical arguments and the legal disquisitions in America are often like those of trustees carrying out a misdrawn will. The sense of what they mean is good, but it can never be worked out fully or defended simply, so hampered is it by the old words of an Old Testament. These instances, and others might be added, prove, as history proves too, what was the principal thought of the American Constitution makers. They shrank from placing sovereign power anywhere. They feared that it would generate tyranny. George III had been a tyrant to them, and come what might, they would not make a George III. Accredited theories said that the English Constitution divided the sovereign authority, and in imitation the Americans split up theirs. The result is seen now. At the critical moment of their history there is no ready, deciding power. The South, after a great rebellion, lies at the feet of its conquerors. Its conquerors have to settle what to do with it. Footnote: this was written just after the close of the Civil War, but I do not know that the great problem stated in it has as yet been adequately solved. End of footnote. They must decide the conditions upon which the secessionists shall again become fellow citizens, shall again vote, again be represented, again perhaps govern. The most difficult of problems is how to change late foes into free friends. The safety of their great public debt, and with that debt their future credit, and their whole power in future wars, may depend on their not giving too much power to those who must see in the debt the cost of their own subjugation, and who must have an inclination towards the repudiation of it, now that their own debt, the cost of their defence, has been repudiated. A race, too, formerly enslaved, is now at the mercy of men who hate and despise it, and those who set it free are bound to give it a fair chance for new life. The slave was formerly protected by his chains. He was an article of value, but now he belongs to himself. No one but himself has an interest in his life, and he is at the mercy of the mean whites, whose labor he depreciates, and who regard him with a loathing hatred. The greatest moral duty ever set before a government, and the most fearful political problem ever set before a government, are now set before the American. But there is no decision and no possibility of a decision. The President wants one course, and has power to prevent any other. The Congress wants another course, and has power to prevent any other. The splitting of sovereignty into many parts amounts to there being no sovereign. The Americans of 1787 thought they were copying the English Constitution, but they were contriving a contrast to it. Just as the American is the type of composite governments in which the supreme power is divided between many bodies and functionaries, so the English is the type of simple constitutions, in which the ultimate power upon all questions is in the hands of the same persons. The ultimate authority in the English Constitution is a newly elected House of Commons. No matter whether the question upon which it decides be administrative or legislative, no matter whether it concerns high matters of the essential constitution or small matters of daily detail, no matter whether it be a question of making a war or continuing a war, no matter whether it be the imposing a tax or the issuing a paper currency, no matter whether it be a question relating to India or Ireland or London, a new House of Commons can despotically and finally resolve. The House of Commons may, as was explained, assent in minor matters to the revision of the House of Lords, and submit in matters about which it cares little to the suspensive veto of the House of Lords. But when sure of the popular assent, and when freshly elected, it is absolute. It can rule as it likes and decide as it likes. And it can take the best security that it does not decide in vain. It can ensure that its decrees shall be executed, for it, and it alone, appoints the executive. It can inflict the most severe of all penalties on neglect, for it can remove the executive. It can choose, to effect its wishes, those who wish the same, and so its will is sure to be done. A stipulated majority of both houses of the American Congress can overrule by stated enactment their executive, but the popular branch of our legislature can make and unmake ours. The English Constitution, in a word, is framed on the principle of choosing a single sovereign authority and making it good. The American, upon the principle of having many sovereign authorities, and hoping that their multitude may atone for their inferiority. The Americans now extol their institutions, and so defraud themselves of their due praise. But if they had not a genius for politics, if they had not a moderation in action singularly curious, where superficial speech is so violent, if they had not a regard for law, such as no great people have yet evinced, and infinitely surpassing ours, the multiplicity of authorities in the American Constitution would long ago have brought it to a bad end. Sensible shareholders, I have heard a shrewd attorney say, can work any deed of settlement, and so the men of Massachusetts could, I believe, work any constitution. Footnote. Of course, I am not speaking here of the South and Southeast as they now are. How any free government is to exist in societies where so many bad elements are so much perturbed, I cannot imagine. End of footnote. But political philosophy must analyze political history. It must distinguish what is due to the excellence of the people, and what to the excellence of the laws. It must carefully calculate the exact effect of each part of the Constitution, though thus it may destroy many an idol of the multitude, and detect the secret of utility where but few imagined it to lie. How important singleness and unity are in political action, no one, I imagine, can doubt. We may distinguish and define its parts, but policy is a unit and a whole. It acts by laws, by administrators. It requires now one, now the other. Unless it can easily move both, it will be impeded soon. Unless it has an absolute command of both, its work will be imperfect. The interlaced character of human affairs requires a single determining energy. A distinct force for each artificial compartment will make but a motley patchwork, if it live long enough to make anything. The excellence of the British Constitution is that it has achieved this unity, that in it the sovereign power is single, possible, and good. The success is primarily due to the peculiar provision of the English Constitution, which places the choice of the executive in the People's House. But it could not have been thoroughly achieved except for two parts, which I venture to call the safety valve of the Constitution and the regulator. The safety valve is the peculiar provision of the Constitution, of which I spoke at great length in my essay on the House of Lords. The head of the executive can overcome the resistance of the second chamber by choosing new members of that chamber. If he do not find a majority, he can make a majority. This is a safety valve of the truest kind. It enables the popular will, the will of which the executive is the exponent, the will of which it is the appointee, to carry out within the Constitution desires and conceptions which one branch of the Constitution dislikes and resists. It lets forth a dangerous accumulation of inhibited power, which might sweep this Constitution before it, as like accumulations have often swept away like constitutions. The regulator, as I venture to call it, of our single sovereignty is the power of dissolving the otherwise sovereign chamber confided to the chief executive. The defects of the popular branch of a legislature as a sovereign have been expounded at length in a previous essay. Briefly, they may be summed up in 3 accusations. First, caprice is the commonest and most formidable vice of a choosing chamber. Wherever in our colonies parliamentary government is unsuccessful, or is alleged to be unsuccessful, this is the vice which first impairs it. The Assembly cannot be induced to maintain any administration. It shifts its selection now from one minister to another minister, and in consequence there is no government at all. Secondly, the very remedy for such caprice entails another evil. The only mode by which a cohesive majority and a lasting administration can be upheld in a parliamentary government is party organization. But that organization itself tends to aggravate party violence and party animosity. It is, in substance, subjecting the whole nation to the rule of a section of the nation, selected because of its specialty. Parliamentary government is, in its essence, a sectarian government, and is possible only when sects are cohesive. Thirdly, a parliament, like every other sort of sovereign, has peculiar feelings, peculiar prejudices, peculiar interests, and it may pursue these in opposition to the desires, and even in opposition to the well-being of the nation. It has its selfishness, as well as its caprice and its parties. The mode in which the regulating wheel of our Constitution produces its effect is plain. It does not impair the authority of Parliament as a species, but it impairs the power of the individual Parliament. It enables a particular person outside Parliament to say, "You members of Parliament are not doing your duty. You are gratifying caprice at the cost of the nation. You are indulging party spirit at the cost of the nation. You are helping yourself at the cost of the nation. I will see whether the nation approves what you are doing or not. I will appeal from Parliament number 1 to Parliament number 2. By far the best way to appreciate this peculiar provision of our Constitution is to trace it in action. To see, as we saw before of the other powers of English royalty, how far it is dependent on the existence of an hereditary king, and how far it can be exercised by a Premier whom Parliament elects. When we examine the nature of the particular person required to exercise the power, a vivid idea of that power is itself brought home to us. First, as to the caprice of Parliament in the choice of a Premier, who is the best person to check it? Clearly, the Premier himself. He is the person most interested in maintaining his administration, and therefore the most likely person to use efficiently and dexterously the power by which it is to be maintained. The intervention of an extrinsic king occasions a difficulty. A capricious Parliament may always hope that his caprice may coincide with theirs. In the days when George III assailed his governments, the Premier was habitually deprived of his due authority. Intrigues were encouraged because it was always dubious whether the king-hated minister would be permitted to appeal from the intriguers, and always a chance that the conspiring monarch might appoint one of the conspirators to be Premier in his room. The caprice of Parliament is better checked when the faculty of dissolution is entrusted to its appointee, than when it is set apart in an outlying and an alien authority. But, on the contrary, the party zeal and the self-seeking of Parliament are best checked by an authority which has no connection with Parliament or dependence upon it, supposing that such authority is morally and intellectually equal to the performance of the entrusted function. The Prime Minister, obviously being the nominee of a party majority, is likely to share its feeling, and is sure to be obliged to say that he shares it. The actual contact with affairs is indeed likely to purify him from many prejudices, to tame him of many fanaticisms, to beat out of him many errors. The present Conservative government contains more than one member who regards his party as intellectually benighted, who either never speaks their peculiar dialect, or who speaks it condescendingly, and with an aside, who respects their accumulated prejudices as the potential energies on which he subsists, but who despises them while he lives by them. Years ago Mr. Disraeli called Sir Robert Peel's ministry, the last Conservative ministry that had real power, an organized hypocrisy. So much did the ideas of its head differ from the sensations of its tail. Probably he now comprehends, if he did not always, that the air of Downing Street brings certain ideas to those who live there, and that the hard, compact prejudices of opposition are soon melted and mitigated in the great Gulf Stream of affairs. Lord Palmerston, too, was a typical example of a leader lulling rather than arousing, assuaging rather than acerbating the minds of his followers. But though the composing effect of close difficulties will commonly make a Premier cease to be an immoderate partisan, yet a partisan to some extent he must be, and a violent one he may be, and in that case he is not a good person to check the party. When the leading sect, so to speak, in Parliament is doing what the nation do not like, an instant appeal ought to be registered, and Parliament ought to be dissolved. But a zealot of a Premier will not appeal. He will follow his formulae. He will believe he is doing good service when, perhaps, he is but pushing to unpopular consequences the narrow maxims of an inchoate theory. At such a minute a constitutional king, such as Leopold I was, and as Prince Albert might have been, is invaluable. He can and will prevent Parliament from hurting the nation. Again, too, on the selfishness of Parliament, an extrinsic check is clearly more efficient than an intrinsic. A Premier who is made by Parliament may share the bad impulses of those who chose him, or at any rate he may have made capital out of them. He may have seemed to share them. The self-interests, the jobbing propensities of the Assembly are sure indeed to be of very secondary interest to him. What he will care most for is the permanence, is the interest, whether corrupt or uncorrupt, of his own ministry. He will be disinclined to anything coarsely unpopular. In the order of nature, a new Assembly must come before long, and he will be indisposed to shock the feelings of the electors, from whom that Assembly must emanate. But though the interest of the minister is inconsistent with appalling jobbery, he will be inclined to mitigated jobbery. He will temporize. He will try to give a seemly dress to unseemly matters, to do as much harm as will content the Assembly, and yet not so much harm as will offend the nation. He will not shrink from becoming a particeps criminis. He will but endeavour to dilute the crime. The intervention of an extrinsic, impartial, and capable authority, if such can be found, will undoubtedly restrain the covetousness as well as the factiousness of a choosing Assembly. But can such a head be found? In one case, I think, it has been found. Our colonial governors are precisely Dei ex machina. They are always intelligent, for they have to live by a different trade. They are nearly sure to be impartial, for they come from the ends of the earth. They are sure not to participate in the selfish desires of any colonial class or body, for long before those desires can have attained fruition, they will have passed to the other side of the world, be busy with other faces and other minds, be almost out of hearing what happens in a region they have half forgotten. A colonial governor is a super-parliamentary authority, animated by a wisdom which is probably in quantity considerable, and is different from that of the local parliament, even if not above it. But even in this case the advantage of this extrinsic authority is purchased at a heavy price, a price which must not be made light of, because it is often worth paying. A colonial governor is a ruler who has no permanent interest in the colony he governs, who perhaps had to look for it in the map when he was sent thither, who takes years before he really understands its parties and its controversies, who, though without prejudice himself, is apt to be a slave to the prejudices of local people near him, who inevitably, and almost laudably, governs not in the interest of the colony, which he may mistake, but in his own interest, which he sees and is sure of. The first desire of a colonial governor is not to get into a scrape, not to do anything which may give trouble to his superiors, the colonial office, at home, which may cause an untimely and dubious recall, which may hurt his after career. He is sure to leave upon the colony the feeling that they have a ruler who only half knows them, and does not so much as half care for them. We hardly appreciate this common feeling in our colonies, because we appoint their sovereign. But we should understand it in an instant if, by a political metamorphosis, the choice were turned the other way, if they appointed our sovereign. We should then say at once, how is it possible a man from New Zealand can understand England? How is it possible that a man longing to get back to the Antipodes can care for England? How can we trust one who lives by the fluctuating favour of a distant authority? How can we heartily obey one who is but a foreigner with the accident of an identical language? I dwell on the evils which impair the advantage of colonial governorship, because that is the most favoured case of super-parliamentary royalty, and because from looking at it we can bring freshly home to our minds what the real difficulties of that institution are. We are so familiar with it that we do not understand it. We are like people who have known a man all their lives, and yet are quite surprised when he displays some obvious characteristic which casual observers have detected at a glance. I have known a man who did not know what colour his sister's eyes were, though he had seen her every day for 20 years, or rather he did not know because he had so seen her. So true is the philosophical maxim that we neglect the constant element in our thoughts, though it is probably the most important, and attend almost only to the varying elements, the differentiating elements, as men now speak, though they are apt to be less potent. But when we perceive by the roundabout example of a colonial governor how difficult the task of a constitutional king is in the exercise of the function of dissolving Parliament, we at once see how unlikely it is that an hereditary monarch will be possessed of the requisite faculties. End of section 20. Section 21 of the English Constitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Constitution by Walter Bagehot. Number 7, Its Supposed Checks and Balances, Part 2. An hereditary king is but an ordinary person, upon an average, at best. He is nearly sure to be badly educated for business. He is very little likely to have a taste for business. He is solicited from youth by every temptation to pleasure. He probably passed the whole of his youth in the vicious situation of the heir apparent, who can do nothing because he has no appointed work, and who will be considered almost to outstep his function if he undertake optional work. For the most part, a constitutional king is a damaged common man, not forced to business by necessity as a despot often is, but yet spoiled for business by most of the temptations which spoil a despot. History, too, seems to show that hereditary royal families gather from the repeated influence of their corrupting situation some dark taint in the blood, some transmitted and growing poison which hurts their judgments, darkens all their sorrow, and is a cloud on half their pleasure. It has been said, not truly, but with a possible approximation to truth, that in 1802 every hereditary monarch was insane. Is it likely that this sort of monarchs will be able to catch the exact moment when, in opposition to the wishes of a triumphant ministry, they ought to dissolve Parliament? To do so with efficiency, they must be able to perceive that the Parliament is wrong, and that the nation knows it is wrong. Now, to know that Parliament is wrong, a man must be, if not a great statesman, yet a considerable statesman, a statesman of some sort. He must have great natural vigour, for no less will comprehend the hard principles of national policy. He must have incessant industry, for no less will keep him abreast with the involved detail to which those principles relate, and the miscellaneous occasions to which they must be applied. A man made common by nature, and made worse by life, is not likely to have either. he is nearly sure not to be both clever and industrious; and a monarch in the recesses of a palace, listening to a charmed flattery unbiased by the miscellaneous world, who has always been hedged in by rank, is likely to be but a poor judge of public opinion. He may have an inborn tact for finding it out, but his life will never teach it him, and will probably enfeeble it in him. But there is a still worse case, a case which the life of George III, which is a sort of museum of the defects of a constitutional king, suggests at once. The Parliament may be wiser than the people, and yet the king may be of the same mind with the people. During the last years of the American War, the Premier, Lord North, upon whom the first responsibility rested, was averse to continuing it, and knew it could not succeed. Parliament was much of the same mind. If Lord North had been able to come down to Parliament with a peace in his hand, Parliament would probably have rejoiced, and the nation under the guidance of Parliament, though saddened by its losses, probably would have been satisfied. The opinion of that day was more like the American opinion of the present day than like our present opinion. It was much slower in its formation than our opinion now, and obeyed much more easily sudden impulses from the central administration. If Lord North had been able to throw the undivided energy and the undistracted authority of the executive government into the excellent work of making a peace and carrying a peace, years of bloodshed might have been spared, and an entail of enmity cut off that has not yet run out. But there was a power behind the Prime Minister. George III was madly eager to continue the war, and the nation, not seeing how hopeless the strife was, not comprehending the lasting antipathy which their obstinacy was creating, ignorant, dull, and helpless, was ready to go on too. Even if Lord North had wished to make peace, and had persuaded Parliament accordingly, all his work would have been useless. A superior power could and would have appealed from a wise and pacific Parliament to a sullen and warlike nation. The check which our Constitution finds for the special vices of our Parliament was misused to curb its wisdom. The more we study the nature of cabinet government, the more we shall shrink from exposing at a vital instant its delicate machinery to a blow from a casual, incompetent, and perhaps semi-insane outsider. The preponderant probability is that on a great occasion the Premier and Parliament will really be wiser than the King. The Premier is sure to be able, and is sure to be most anxious to decide well. If he fail to decide, he loses his place, though through all blunders the King keeps his. The judgment of the man naturally very discerning is sharpened by a heavy penalty, from which the judgment of the man by nature much less intelligent is exempt. Parliament, too, is for the most part a sound, careful, and practical body of men. Principle shows that the power of dismissing a government with which Parliament is satisfied, and of dissolving that Parliament upon an appeal to the people, is not a power which a common hereditary monarch will in the long run be able beneficially to exercise. Accordingly, this power has almost, if not quite, dropped out of the reality of our Constitution. Nothing, perhaps, would more surprise the English people than if the Queen, by a coup d'etat, and on a sudden, destroyed a ministry firm in the allegiance and secure of a majority in Parliament. That power, indisputably, in theory, belongs to her. But it has passed so far away from the minds of men that it would terrify them if she used it, like a volcanic eruption from Primrose Hill. The last analogy to it is not one to be coveted as a precedent. In 1835 William IV dismissed an administration which, though disorganized by the loss of its leader in the Commons, was an existing government, had a Premier in the Lords ready to go on, and a leader in the Commons willing to begin. The king fancied that public opinion was leaving the Whigs and going over to the Tories, and he thought he should accelerate the transition by ejecting the former. But the event showed that he misjudged. His perception, indeed, was right. The English people were wavering in their allegiance to the Whigs, who had no leader that touched the popular heart, none in whom liberalism could personify itself and become a passion, who besides were a body long used to opposition, and therefore making blunders in office, who were borne to power by a popular impulse which they only half comprehended, and perhaps less than half shared. But the king's policy was wrong. He impeded the reaction instead of aiding it. He forced on a premature Tory government, which was as unsuccessful as all wise people perceived that it must be. The popular distaste to the Whigs was as yet but incipient, inefficient, and the intervention of the Crown was advantageous to them, because it looked inconsistent with the liberties of the people. And in so far as William IV was right in detecting an incipient change of opinion, he did but detect an erroneous change. What was desirable was the prolongation of liberal rule. The commencing dissatisfaction did but relate to the personal demerits of the Whig leaders, and other temporary adjuncts of free principles, and not to those principles intrinsically. So that the last precedent for a royal onslaught on a ministry ended thus: in opposing the right principles, in aiding the wrong principles, in hurting the party it was meant to help. After such a warning, it is likely that our monarchs will pursue the policy which a long course of quiet precedent at present directs. They will leave a ministry trusted by Parliament to the judgment of Parliament. Indeed, the dangers arising from a party spirit in Parliament exceeding that of the nation, and of a selfishness in Parliament contradicting the true interest of the nation, are not great dangers in a country where the mind of the nation is steadily political, and where its control over its representatives is constant. A steady opposition to a formed public opinion is hardly possible in our House of Commons, so incessant is the national attention to politics, and so keen the fear in the mind of each member that he may lose his valued seat. These dangers belong to early and scattered communities, where there are no interesting political questions, where the distances are great, where no vigilant opinion passes judgment on parliamentary excesses, where few care to have seats in the chamber, and where many of those few are, from their characters and their antecedents, better not there than there. The one great vice of parliamentary government in an adult political nation is the caprice of Parliament in the choice of a ministry. A nation can hardly control it here, and it is not good that, except within wide limits, it should control it. The parliamentary judgment of the merits or demerits of an administration very generally depends on matters which the Parliament, being close at hand, distinctly sees, and which the distant nation does not see. But where personality enters, capriciousness begins. It is easy to imagine a House of Commons which is discontented with all statesmen, which is contented with none, which is made up of little parties, which votes in small knots, which will adhere steadily to no leader, which gives every leader a chance and a hope. Such parliaments require the imminent check of possible dissolution. But that check is, as has been shown, better in the Premier than in the sovereign, and by the late practice of our Constitution, its use is yearly ebbing from the sovereign, and yearly centring in the Premier. The Queen can hardly now refuse a defeated minister the chance of a dissolution, any more than she can dissolve in the time of an undefeated one, and without his consent. We shall find the case much the same with the safety valve, as I have called it, of our Constitution. A good, capable, hereditary monarch would exercise it better than a premier, but a premier could manage it well enough, and a monarch capable of doing better will be born only once in a century, whereas monarchs likely to do worse will be born every day. There are two modes in which the power of our executive to create peers, to nominate, that is, additional members of our upper and revising chamber, now acts. One constant, habitual, though not adequately noticed by the popular mind as it goes on, and the other possible and terrific, scarcely ever really exercised, but always by its reserved magic, maintaining a great and a restraining influence. The Crown creates peers, a few year by year, and thus modifies continually the characteristic feeling of the House of Lords. I have heard people say, who ought to know, that the English peerage, the only one upon which, unhappily, the power of new creation now acts, is now more Whig than Tory. 30 years ago the majority was indisputably the other way. Owing to very curious circumstances, English parties have not alternated in power, as a good deal of speculation predicts they would, and a good deal of current language assumes they have. The Whig party were in office some 70 years, with very small breaks, from the death of Queen Anne to the coalition between Lord North and Mr. Fox. Then the Tories, with only such breaks, were in power for nearly 50 years, till 1832. And since, the Whig party has always, with very trifling intervals, been predominant. Consequently, each continuously governing party has had the means of modifying the upper house to suit its views. The profuse Tory creations of half a century had made the House of Lords bigotedly Tory before the first Reform Act, but it is wonderfully mitigated now. The Irish peers and Scotch peers, being nominated by an almost unaltered constituency, and representing the feelings of the majority of that constituency only, no minority having any voice, present an unchangeable Tory element. But the element in which change is permitted has been changed. Whether the English peerage be or be not predominantly now Tory, it is certainly not Tory after the fashion of the Toryism of 1832. The Whig additions have indeed sprung from a class commonly rather adjoining upon Toryism than much inclining to radicalism. It is not from men of large wealth that a very great impetus to organic change should be expected. The additions to the peers have matched nicely enough with the old peers, and therefore they have effected more easily a greater and more permeating modification. The addition of a contrasting mass would have excited the old leaven, but the delicate infusion of ingredients similar in genus, though different in species, has modified the new compound without irritating the old original. This ordinary and common use of the peer-creating power is always in the hands of the Premier, and depends for its characteristic use on being there. He, as the head of the predominant party, is the proper person to modify gradually the permanent chamber which, perhaps, was at starting hostile to him, and at any rate can be best harmonized with the public opinion he represents by the additions he makes. Hardly any contrived constitution possesses a machinery for modifying its secondary house so delicate, so flexible, and so constant. If the power of creating life peers had been added, The mitigating influence of the responsible executive upon the House of Lords would have been as good as such a thing can be. The catastrophic creation of peers for the purpose of swamping the upper house is utterly different. If an able and impartial exterior king is at hand, this power is best in that king. It is a power only to be used on great occasions, when the object is immense, and the party strife unmitigated. This is the conclusive, the swaying power of the moment, and of course, therefore, it had better be in the hands of a power both capable and impartial, than of a premier who must in some degree be a partisan. The value of a discreet, calm, wise monarch, if such should happen to be reigning at the acute crisis of a nation's destiny, is priceless. He may prevent years of tumult, save bloodshed and civil war, lay up a store of grateful fame to himself, prevent the accumulated intestine hatred of each party to its opposite. But the question comes back, will there be such a monarch just then? What is the chance of having him just then? What will be the use of the monarch whom the accidents of inheritance, such as we know them to be, must upon an average bring us just then? The answer to these questions is not satisfactory, if we take it from the little experience we have had in this rare matter. There have been but 2 cases at all approaching to a catastrophic creation of peers, to a creation which would suddenly change the majority of the Lords, in English history. One was in Queen Anne's time. The majority of peers in Queen Anne's time were Whig, and by profuse and quick creations Harley's ministry changed it to a Tory majority. So great was the popular effect that in the next reign one of the most contested ministerial proposals was a proposal to take the power of indefinite peer creation from the Crown, and to make the number of Lords fixed, as that of the Commons is fixed. But the sovereign had little to do with the matter. Queen Anne was one of the smallest people ever set in a great place. Swift bitterly and justly said, she had not a store of amity by her for more than one friend at a time, and just then her affection was concentrated on a waiting-maid. Her waiting-maid told her to make peers, and she made them. But of large thought and comprehensive statesmanship she was as destitute as Mrs. Masham. She supported a bad ministry by the most extreme of measures, and she did it on caprice. The case of William IV is still more instructive. He was a very conscientious king, but at the same time an exceedingly weak king. His correspondence with Lord Grey on this subject fills more than half a large volume, or rather his secretary's correspondence, for he kept a very clever man to write what he thought, or at least what those about him thought. It is a strange instance of high-placed weakness and conscientious vacillation. After endless letters, the king consents to make a reasonable number of peers, if required, to pass the second reading of the Reform Bill. But owing to desertion of the Waverers from the Tories, the second reading is carried without it by 9, and then the king refuses to make peers, or at least enough peers, when a vital amendment is carried by Lord Lyndhurst, which would have destroyed, and was meant to destroy, the bill. In consequence, there was a tremendous crisis and nearly a revolution. A more striking example of well-meaning imbecility is scarcely to be found in history. No one who reads it carefully will doubt that the discretionary power of making peers would have been far better in Lord Grey's hands than in the king's. It was the uncertainty whether the king would exercise it, and how far he would exercise it, that mainly animated the opposition. In fact, you may place power in weak hands at a revolution, but you cannot keep it in weak hands. It runs out of them into strong ones. An ordinary hereditary sovereign, a William the Fourth or a George the Fourth, is unfit to exercise the peer-creating power when most wanted. A half-insane king like George the Third would be worse. He might use it by unaccountable impulse when not required, and refuse to use it out of sullen madness when required. The existence of a fancied check on the Premier is in truth an evil, because it prevents the enforcement of a real check. It would be easy to provide by law that an extraordinary number of peers, say more than 10 annually, should not be created except on a vote of some large majority, suppose 3/4 of the lower house. This would ensure that the Premier should not use the reserve force of the Constitution as if it were an ordinary force, that he should not use it except when the whole nation fixedly wished it, that it should be kept for a revolution, not expended on administration, and it would ensure that he should then have it to use. Queen Anne's case and William the Fourth's case prove that neither object is certainly attained by entrusting this critical and extreme force to the chance, idiosyncrasies, and habitual mediocrity of an hereditary sovereign. It may be asked why I argue at such length a question in appearance so removed from practice, and in one point of view so irrelevant to my subject. No one proposes to remove Queen Victoria. If anyone is in a safe place on earth, she is in a safe place. In these very essays it has been shown that the mass of our people would obey no one else, that the reverence she excites is the potential energy, as science now speaks, out of which all minor forces are made, and from which lesser functions take their efficiency. But looking not to the present hour, and this single country, but to the world at large and coming times, no question can be more practical. What grows upon the world is a certain matter-of-factness. The test of each century, more than of the century before, is the test of results. New countries are arising all over the world where there are no fixed sources of reverence, which have to make them, which have to create institutions, which must generate loyalty by conspicuous utility. This matter-of-factness is the growth, even in Europe, of the two greatest and newest intellectual agencies of our time. One of these is business. We see so much of the material fruits of commerce that we forget its mental fruits. It begets a mind desirous of things, careless of ideas, not acquainted with the niceties of words. In all labour there should be profit, is its motto. It is not only true that we have left swords for ledgers, but war itself is made as much by the ledger as by the sword. The soldier, that is, the great soldier, of today, is not a romantic animal, dashing at forlorn hopes, animated by frantic sentiment, full of fancies as to a lady love or a sovereign, but a quiet, grave man, busied in charts, exact in sums, master of the art of tactics, occupied in trivial detail, thinking, as the Duke of Wellington was said to do, most of the shoes of his soldiers, despising all manner of éclat and eloquence, perhaps, like Comte Moltke, silent in 7 languages. We have reached a climate of opinion where figures rule, where our very supporter of divine right, as we deemed him, our Count Bismarck, amputates kings right and left, applies the test of results to each, and lets none live who are not to do something. There has in truth been a great change during the last 500 years in the predominant occupations of the ruling part of mankind. Formerly they passed their time either in exciting action or inanimate repose. A feudal baron had nothing between war and the chase, keenly animating things both, and what was called inglorious ease. Modern life is scanty in excitements, but incessant in quiet action. Its perpetual commerce is creating a stock-taking habit, the habit of asking each man, thing, and institution, "Well, what have you done since I saw you last?" Our physical science, which is becoming the dominant culture of thousands, and which is beginning to permeate our common literature to an extent which few watch enough, quite tends the same way. The two peculiarities are its homeliness and its inquisitiveness, its value for the most stupid facts, as one used to call them, and its incessant wish for verification, to be sure, by tiresome seeing and hearing, that they are facts. The old excitement of thought has half died out, or rather it is diffused in quiet pleasure over a life instead of being concentrated in intense and eager spasms. An old philosopher, a Descartes, suppose, fancied that out of primitive truths, which he could by ardent excogitation know, he might by pure deduction evolve the entire universe. Intense self-examination and intense reason would, he thought, make out everything. The soul, itself by itself, could tell all it wanted, if it would be true to its sublimer isolation. The greatest enjoyment possible to man was that which this philosophy promises its votaries, the pleasure of being always right, and always reasoning, without ever being bound to look at anything. But our most ambitious schemes of philosophy now start quite differently. Mr. Darwin begins, "When on board HMS Beagle, as naturalist, I was much struck with certain facts in the distribution of the organic beings inhabiting South America, and in the geological relations of the present to the past inhabitants of that continent. These facts, as will be seen in the latter chapters of this volume, seemed to throw some light on the origin of species, that mystery of mysteries, as it has been called by one of our greatest philosophers. On my return home it occurred to me, in 1837, that something might perhaps be made out on this question by patiently accumulating and reflecting on all sorts of facts which could possibly have any bearing on it. After 5 years' work, I allowed myself to speculate on the subject, and drew up some short notes. These I enlarged in 1844 into a sketch of the conclusions which then seemed to me probable. From that period to the present day, I have steadily pursued the same object. I hope that I may be excused for entering on these personal details, as I give them to show that I have not been hasty in coming to a decision. If he hopes finally to solve his great problem, it is by careful experiments in pigeon fancying and other sorts of artificial variety-making. His hero is not a self-enclosed, excited philosopher, but that most skilful breeder, Sir John Sebright, who used to say, with respect to pigeons, that he would produce any given feathers in 3 years, but it would take him 6 years to obtain a head and a beak. I am not saying that the new thought is better than the old. It is no business of mine to say anything about that. I only wish to bring home to the mind, as nothing but instances can bring it home, how matter-of-fact, how petty, as it would at first sight look, even our most ambitious science has become. In the new communities which our emigrating habit now constantly creates, this prosaic turn of mind is intensified. In the American mind and in the colonial mind there is, as contrasted with the old English mind, a literalness, a tendency to say, "The facts are so and so, whatever may be thought or fancied about them." We used, before the Civil War, to say that the Americans worshipped the almighty dollar. We now know that they can scatter money almost recklessly when they will. But what we meant was half right. They worship visible value, obvious, undeniable, intrusive result. And in Australia and New Zealand the same turn comes uppermost. It grows from the struggle with the wilderness. Physical difficulty is the enemy of early communities, and an incessant conflict with it for generations leaves a mark of reality on the mind, a painful mark almost to us, used to impalpable fears and the half-fanciful dangers of an old and complicated society. The New Englands of all latitudes are bare-minded, if I may so say, as compared with the old. When, therefore, the new communities of the colonized world have to choose a government, they must choose one in which all the institutions are of an obvious, evident utility. We catch the Americans smiling at our Queen with her secret mystery, and our Prince of Wales with his happy inaction. It is impossible, in fact, to convince their prosaic minds that constitutional royalty is a rational government, that it is suited to a new age and an unbroken country, that those who start afresh can start with it. The princelings who run about the world with excellent intentions, but an entire ignorance of business, are to them a locomotive advertisement that this sort of government is European in its limitations and medieval in its origin, that, though it has yet a great part to play in the old states, it has no place or part in new states. The réalisme impitoyable, which good critics find in a most characteristic part of the literature of the 19th century, is to be found also in its politics. An ostentatious utility must characterize its creations. The deepest interest, therefore, attaches to the problem of this essay. If hereditary royalty had been essential to parliamentary government, we might well have despaired of that government. But accurate investigation shows that this royalty is not essential, that, upon an average, it is not even, in a high degree, useful, that, though a king with high courage and fine discretion, a king with a genius for the place, is always useful, and at rare moments priceless, yet that a common king, a king such as birth brings, is of no use at difficult crises, while in the common course of things his aid is neither likely nor required. He will do nothing, and he need do nothing. But we happily find that a new country need not fall back into the fatal division of powers incidental to a presidential government. It may, if other conditions serve, obtain the ready, well-placed, identical sort of sovereignty which belongs to the English Constitution, under the unroyal form of parliamentary government. End of section 21. Section 22 of the English Constitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Constitution by Walter Bagehot. Number 8. The prerequisites of cabinet government and the peculiar form which they have assumed in England. Cabinet government is rare because its prerequisites are many. It requires the coexistence of several national characteristics, which are not often found together in the world, and which should be perceived more distinctly than they often are. It is fancied that the possession of a certain intelligence and a few simple virtues are the sole requisites. The mental and moral qualities are necessary, but much else is necessary also. A cabinet government is the government of a committee selected by the legislature, and there are therefore a double set of conditions to it. First, those which are essential to all elective governments as such, and second, those which are requisite to this particular elective government. There are prerequisites for the genus, and additional ones for the species. The first prerequisite of elective government is the mutual confidence of the electors. We are so accustomed to submit to be ruled by elected ministers that we are apt to fancy all mankind would readily be so too. Knowledge and civilization have at least made this progress, that we instinctively, without argument, almost without consciousness, allow a certain number of specified persons to choose our rulers for us. It seems to us the simplest thing in the world, but it is one of the gravest things. The peculiar marks of semi-barbarous people are diffused distrust and indiscriminate suspicion. People, in all but the most favoured times and places, are rooted to the places where they were born, think the thoughts of those places, can endure no other thoughts. The next parish even is suspected. Its inhabitants have different usages, almost imperceptibly different, but yet different. They speak a varying accent. They use a few peculiar words. Tradition says that their faith is dubious. And if the next parish is a little suspected, the next county is much more suspected. Here is a definite beginning of new maxims, new thoughts, new ways. The immemorial boundary mark begins in feeling a strange world. And if the next county is dubious, a remote county is untrustworthy. Vagrants come from thence. Men know, and they know nothing else. The inhabitants of the north speak a dialect different from the dialect of the south. They have other laws, another aristocracy, another life. In ages when distant territories are blanks in the mind, when neighbourhood is a sentiment, when locality is a passion, concerted cooperation between remote regions is impossible, even on trivial matters. Neither would rely enough upon the good faith, good sense, and good judgment of the other. Neither could enough calculate on the other. And if such cooperation is not to be expected in trivial matters, it is not to be thought of in the most vital matter of government, the choice of the executive ruler. To fancy that Northumberland in the 13th century would have consented to ally itself with Somersetshire for the choice of a chief magistrate is absurd. It would scarcely have allied itself to choose a hangman. Even now, if it were palpably explained, neither district would like it. But no one says at a county election, "The object of this present meeting is to choose our delegate to what the Americans call the Electoral College, to the assembly which names our first magistrate, our substitute for their president. Representatives from this county will meet representatives from other counties, from cities and boroughs, and proceed to choose our rulers." Such bald exposition would have been impossible in old times. It would be considered queer, eccentric, if it were used now. Happily, the process of election is so indirect and hidden, and the introduction of that process was so gradual and latent, that we scarcely perceive the immense political trust we repose in each other. The best mercantile credit seems to those who give it natural, simple, obvious. They do not argue about it or think about it. The best political credit is analogous. We trust our countrymen without remembering that we trust them. A second and very rare condition of an elective government is a calm national mind, a tone of mind sufficiently stable to bear the necessary excitement of conspicuous revolutions. No barbarous, no semi-civilized nation has ever possessed this. The mass of uneducated men could not now in England be told, "Go to, choose your rulers." They would go wild. Their imaginations would fancy unreal dangers, and the attempt at election would issue in some forcible usurpation. The incalculable advantage of august institutions in a free state is that they prevent this collapse. The excitement of choosing our rulers is prevented by the apparent existence of an unchosen ruler. The poorer and more ignorant classes, those who would most feel excitement, who would most be misled by excitement, really believe that the Queen governs. You could not explain to them the recondite difference between reigning and governing. The words necessary to express it do not exist in their dialect. The ideas necessary to comprehend it do not exist in their minds. The separation of principal power from principal station is a refinement which they could not even conceive. They fancy they are governed by an hereditary queen, a queen by the grace of God, when they are really governed by a cabinet and a parliament, men like themselves, chosen by themselves. The conspicuous dignity awakens the sentiment of reverence, and men, often very undignified, seize the occasion to govern by means of it. Lastly, the third condition of all elective government is what I may call rationality, by which I mean a power involving intelligence, but yet distinct from it. A whole people electing its rulers must be able to form a distinct conception of distant objects. Mostly, the divinity that surrounds a king altogether prevents anything like a steady conception of him. You fancy that the object of your loyalty is as much elevated above you by intrinsic nature as he is by extrinsic position. You deify him in sentiment, as once men deified him in doctrine. This illusion has been, and still is, of incalculable benefit to the human race. It prevents, indeed, men from choosing their rulers. You cannot invest with that loyal illusion a man who was yesterday what you are, who tomorrow may be so again, whom you chose to be what he is. But though this superstition prevents the election of rulers, it renders possible the existence of unelected rulers. Untaught people fancy that their king, crowned with the holy crown, anointed with the oil of Rheims, descended of the house of Plantagenet, is a different sort of being from any one not descended of the royal house, not crowned, not anointed. They believe that there is one man whom by mystic right they should obey, and therefore they do obey him. It is only in later times, when the world is wider, its experience larger, and its thought colder, that the plain rule of a palpably chosen ruler is even possible. These conditions narrowly restrict elective government, but the prerequisites of a cabinet government are rarer still. It demands not only the conditions I have mentioned, but the possibility likewise of a good legislature. A legislature competent to elect a sufficient administration. Now, a competent legislature is very rare. Any permanent legislature at all, any constantly acting mechanism for enacting and repealing laws is, though it seems to us so natural, quite contrary to the inveterate conceptions of mankind. The great majority of nations conceive of their law either as something divinely given, and therefore unalterable, or as a fundamental habit, inherited from the past to be transmitted to the future. The English Parliament, of which the prominent functions are now legislative, was not all so once. It was rather a preservative body. The custom of the realm, the aboriginal transmitted law, the law which was in the breast of the judges, could not be altered without the consent of Parliament, and therefore everybody felt sure it would not be altered, except in grave, peculiar, and anomalous cases. The valued use of Parliament was not half so much to alter the law as to prevent the laws being altered, and such too was its real use. In early societies it matters much more that the law should be fixed than that it should be good. Any law which the people of ignorant times enact is sure to involve many misconceptions, and to cause many evils. Perfection in legislation is not to be looked for, and is not, indeed, much wanted in a rude, painful, confined life. But such an age covets fixity, that men should enjoy the fruits of their labour, that the law of property should be known, that the law of marriage should be known, that the whole course of life should be kept in a calculable track, is the summum bonum of early ages, the first desire of semi-civilized mankind. In that age men do not want to have their laws adapted, but to have their laws steady. The passions are so powerful, force so eager, the social bond so weak, that the august spectacle of an all but unalterable law is necessary to preserve society. In the early stages of human society all change is thought an evil, and most change is an evil. The conditions of life are so simple and so unvarying that any decent sort of rules suffice, so long as men know what they are. Custom is the first check on tyranny. That fixed routine of social life, at which modern innovations chafe, and by which modern improvement is impeded, is the primitive check on base power. The perception of political expediency has then hardly begun. The sense of abstract justice is weak and vague, and a rigid adherence to the fixed mould of transmitted usage is essential to an unmarred, unspoiled, unbroken life. In such an age, a legislature continuously sitting, always making laws, always repealing laws, would have been both an anomaly and a nuisance. But in the present state of the civilized part of the world, such difficulties are obsolete. There is a diffused desire in civilized communities for an adjusting legislation, for a legislation which should adapt the inherited laws to the new wants of a world which now changes every day. It has ceased to be necessary to maintain bad laws because it is necessary to have some laws. Civilization is robust enough to bear the incision of legal improvements. But taking history at large, the rarity of cabinets is mostly due to the greater rarity of continuous legislatures. Other conditions, however, limit even at the present day the area of a cabinet government. It must be possible to have not only a legislature, but to have a competent legislature, a legislature willing to elect and willing to maintain an efficient executive. And this is no easy matter. It is indeed true that we need not trouble ourselves to look for that elaborate and complicated organization which partially exists in the House of Commons, and which is more fully and freely expanded in plans for improving the House of Commons. We are not now concerned with perfection or excellence. We seek only for simple fitness and bare competency. The conditions of fitness are two. First, you must get a good legislature, and next, you must keep it good. And these are by no means so nearly connected as might be thought at first sight. To keep a legislature efficient, it must have a sufficient supply of substantial business. If you employ the best set of men to do nearly nothing, they will quarrel with each other about that nothing. Where great questions end, little parties begin, and a very happy community, with few new laws to make, few old bad laws to repeal, and but simple foreign relations to adjust, has great difficulty in employing a legislature. There is nothing for it to enact, and nothing for it to settle. Accordingly, there is great danger that the legislature, being debarred from all other kind of business, may take to quarrelling about its elective business, that controversies as to ministries may occupy all its time, and yet that time be perniciously employed, that a constant succession of feeble administrations, unable to govern and unfit to govern, may be substituted for the proper result of cabinet government, a sufficient body of men long enough in power to evince their sufficiency. The exact amount of non-elective business necessary for a Parliament which is to elect the executive cannot, of course, be formally stated. There are no numbers and no statistics in the theory of constitutions. All we can say is, that a Parliament with little business, which is to be as efficient as a Parliament with much business, must be, in all other respects, much better. An indifferent Parliament may be much improved by the steadying effect of grave affairs. But a Parliament which has no such affairs must be intrinsically excellent, or it will fail utterly. But the difficulty of keeping a good legislature is evidently secondary to the difficulty of first getting it. There are two kinds of nations which can elect a good Parliament. The first is a nation in which the mass of the people are intelligent, and in which they are comfortable. Where there is no honest poverty, where education is diffused, and political intelligence is common, it is easy for the mass of the people to elect a fair legislature. The idea is roughly realized in the North American colonies of England, and in the whole free states of the Union. In these countries there is no such thing as honest poverty. Physical comfort, such as the poor cannot imagine here, is there easily attainable by healthy industry. Education is diffused much, and is fast spreading. Ignorant emigrants from the Old World often prize the intellectual advantages of which they are themselves destitute, and are annoyed at their inferiority in a place where rudimentary culture is so common. The greatest difficulty of such new communities is commonly geographical. The population is mostly scattered, and where population is sparse, discussion is difficult. But in a country very large, as we reckon in Europe, a people really intelligent, really educated, really comfortable, would soon form a good opinion. No one can doubt that the New England states, if they were a separate community, would have an education, a political capacity, and an intelligence such as the numerical majority of no people, equally numerous, has ever possessed. In a state of this sort, where all the community is fit to choose a sufficient legislature, it is possible, it is almost easy, to create that legislature. If the New England states possessed a cabinet government as a separate nation, they would be as renowned in the world for political sagacity as they now are for diffused happiness. The structure of these communities is indeed based on the principle of equality, and it is impossible that any such community can wholly satisfy the severe requirements of a political theorist. In every old community its primitive and guiding assumption is at war with truth. By its theory all people are entitled to the same political power, and they can only be so entitled on the ground that in politics they are equally wise. But at the outset of an agricultural colony this postulate is as near the truth as politics want. There are in such communities no large properties, no great capitals, no refined classes. Everyone is comfortable and homely, and no one is at all more. Equality is not artificially established in a new colony. It establishes itself. There is a story that among the first settlers in Western Australia, some who were rich took out labourers at their own expense, and also carriages to ride in. But soon they had to try if they could live in the carriages. Before the masters' houses were built, the labourers had gone off. They were building houses and cultivating land for themselves, and the masters were left to sit in their carriages. Whether this exact thing happened, I do not know, but this sort of thing has happened 1,000 times. There has been a whole series of attempts to transplant to the colonies a graduated English society, but they have always failed at the first step. The rude classes at the bottom felt they were equal to or better than the delicate classes at the top. They shifted for themselves, and left the gentlefolks to shift for themselves. The base of the elaborate pyramid spread abroad, and the apex tumbled in and perished. In the early ages of an agricultural colony, whether you have political democracy or not, social democracy you must have, for nature makes it, and not you. But in time, wealth grows and inequality begins. A and his children are industrious and prosper. B and his children are idle and fail. If manufactures on a considerable scale are established, and most young communities strive even by protection to establish them, the tendency to inequality is intensified. The capitalist becomes a unit with much, and his labourers a crowd with little. After generations of education, too, there arise varieties of culture. there will be an upper 1,000 or 10,000 of highly cultivated people in the midst of a great nation of moderately educated people. In theory, it is desirable that this highest class of wealth and leisure should have an influence far out of proportion to its mere number. A perfect constitution would find for it a delicate expedient to make its fine thought tell upon the surrounding cruder thought. But as the world goes, when the whole of the population is as instructed and as intelligent as in the case I am supposing, we need not care much about this. Great communities have scarcely ever, never save for transient moments, been ruled by their highest thought. And if we can get them ruled by a decent, capable thought, we may be well enough contented with our work. We have done more than could be expected, though not all which could be desired. At any rate, an isocratic polity, a polity where everyone votes, and where everyone votes alike, is, in a community of sound education and diffused intelligence, a conceivable case of cabinet government. It satisfies the essential condition: there is a people able to elect, a parliament able to choose. But suppose the mass of the people are not able to elect, and this is the case with the numerical majority of all but the rarest nations. How is a cabinet government to be then possible? It is only possible in what I may venture to call deferential nations. It has been thought strange, but there are nations in which the numerous unwiser part wishes to be ruled by the less numerous wiser part. The numerical majority, whether by custom or by choice is immaterial, is ready, is eager to delegate its power of choosing its ruler to a certain select minority. It abdicates in favor of its elite, and consents to obey whoever that elite may confide in. It acknowledges as its secondary electors, as the choosers of its government, an educated minority, at once competent and unresisted. It has a kind of loyalty to some superior persons who are fit to choose a good government, and whom no other class opposes. A nation in such a happy state as this has obvious advantages for constructing a cabinet government. It has the best people to elect a legislature, and therefore it may fairly be expected to choose a good legislature, a legislature competent to select a good administration. England is the type of deferential countries, and the manner in which it is so and has become so is extremely curious. The middle classes, the ordinary majority of educated men, are in the present day the despotic power in England. Public opinion, nowadays, is the opinion of the bald-headed man at the back of the omnibus. It is not the opinion of the aristocratical classes as such, or of the most educated or refined classes as such. It is simply the opinion of the ordinary mass of educated but still commonplace mankind. If you look at the mass of the constituencies, you will see that they are not very interesting people, and perhaps if you look behind the scenes and see the people who manipulate and work the constituencies, you will find that these are yet more uninteresting. The English Constitution in its palpable form is this: the mass of the people yield obedience to a select few, and when you see this select few, you perceive that, though not of the lowest class, nor of an unrespectable class, they are yet of a heavy, sensible class. The last people in the world to whom, if they were drawn up in a row, an immense nation would ever give an exclusive preference. In fact, the mass of the English people yield a deference rather to something else than to their rulers. They defer to what we may call the theatrical show of society. A certain state passes before them, a certain pomp of great men, a certain spectacle of beautiful women, a wonderful scene of wealth and enjoyment is displayed, and they are coerced by it. Their imagination is bowed down. They feel they are not equal to the life which is revealed to them. Courts and aristocracies have the great quality which rules the multitude, though philosophers can see nothing in it: visibility, Courtiers can do what others cannot. A common man may as well try to rival the actors on the stage in their acting, as the aristocracy in their acting. The higher world, as it looks from without, is a stage on which the actors walk their parts much better than the spectators can. This play is played in every district. Every rustic feels that his house is not like my lord's house, his life like my lord's life, his wife like my lady. The climax of the play is the Queen. Nobody supposes that their house is like the court, their life like her orders like their orders. There is in England a certain charmed spectacle which imposes on the many, and guides their fancies as it will. As a rustic on coming to London finds himself in presence of a great show, and a vast exhibition of inconceivable mechanical things, so by the structure of our society he finds himself face to face with a great exhibition of political things which he could not have imagined, which he could not make, to which he feels in himself scarcely anything analogous. Philosophers may deride this superstition, but its results are inestimable. By the spectacle of this august society, countless ignorant men and women are induced to obey the few nominal electors. The £10 borough renters and the £50 county renters, who have nothing imposing about them, nothing which would attract the eye or fascinate the fancy. What impresses men is not mind, but the result of mind, and the greatest of these results is this wonderful spectacle of society, which is ever new, and yet ever the same, in which accidents pass and essence remains, in which one generation dies and another succeeds, as if they were birds in a cage, or animals in a menagerie, of which it seems almost more than a metaphor to treat the parts as limbs of a perpetual living thing. So silently do they seem to change, so wonderfully and so perfectly does the conspicuous life of the new year take the place of the conspicuous life of last year. The apparent rulers of the English nation are like the most imposing personages of a splendid procession. It is by them the mob are influenced. It is they whom the spectators cheer. The real rulers are secreted in second-rate carriages. No one cares for them or asks about them, but they are obeyed implicitly and unconsciously by reason of the splendor of those who eclipsed and preceded them. It is quite true that this imaginative sentiment is supported by a sensation of political satisfaction. It cannot be said that the mass of the English people are well off. There are whole classes who have not a conception of what the higher orders call comfort, who have not the prerequisites of moral existence, who cannot lead the life that becomes a man. But the most miserable of these classes do not impute their misery to politics. If a political agitator were to lecture to the peasants of Dorsetshire, and try to excite political dissatisfaction, it is much more likely that he would be pelted than that he would succeed. Of Parliament, these miserable creatures know scarcely anything. Of the Cabinet they never heard. But they would say that, for all they have heard, the Queen is very good. And rebelling against the structure of society is to their minds rebelling against the Queen, who rules that society, in whom all its most impressive part, the part that they know, culminates. The mass of the English people are politically contented as well as politically deferential. A deferential community, even though its lowest classes are not intelligent, is far more suited to a cabinet government than any kind of democratic country, because it is more suited to political excellence. The highest classes can rule in it, and the highest classes must, as such, have more political ability than the lower classes. A life of labour, an incomplete education, a monotonous occupation, a career in which the hands are used much and the judgment is used little, cannot create as much flexible thought, as much applicable intelligence, as a life of leisure, a long culture, a varied experience, an existence by which the judgment is incessantly exercised, and by which it may be incessantly improved. A country of respectful poor, though far less happy than where there are no poor to be respectful, is nevertheless far more fitted for the best government. You can use the best classes of the respectful country. You can only use the worst, where every man thinks he is as good as every other. It is evident that no difficulty can be greater than that of founding a deferential nation. Respect is traditional. It is given not to what is proved to be good, but to what is known to be old. Certain classes in certain nations retain by common acceptance a marked political preference, because they have always possessed it, and because they inherit a sort of pomp which seems to make them worthy of it. But in a new colony, in a community where merit may be equal, and where there cannot be traditional marks of merit and fitness, it is obvious that a political deference can be yielded to higher culture only upon proof, first of its existence and next of its political value. But it is nearly impossible to give such a proof so as to satisfy persons of less culture. In a future and better age of the world it may be effected. But in this age the requisite premises scarcely exist. If the discussion be effectually open, if the debate be fairly begun, it is hardly possible to obtain a rational, an argumentative acquiescence in the rule of the cultivated few. As yet the few rule by their hold, not over the reason of the multitude, but over their imaginations and their habits, over their fancies as to distant things they do not know at all, over their customs as to near things which they know very well. A deferential community in which the bulk of the people are ignorant is therefore in a state of what is called in mechanics unstable equilibrium. If the equilibrium is once disturbed, there is no tendency to return to it, but rather to depart from it. A cone balanced on its point is in unstable equilibrium, for if you push it ever so little, it will depart farther and farther from its position and fall to the earth. So in communities, where the masses are ignorant but respectful, if you once permit the ignorant class to begin to rule, you may bid farewell to deference forever. Their demagogues will inculcate, their newspapers will recount, that the rule of the existing dynasty, the people, is better than the rule of the fallen dynasty, the aristocracy. A people very rarely hears two sides of a subject in which it is much interested. The popular organs take up the side which is acceptable, and none but the popular organs, in fact, reach the people. A people never hears censure of itself. No one will tell it that the educated minority, whom it dethroned, governed better or more wisely than it governs. A democracy will never, save after an awful catastrophe, return what has once been conceded to it, for to do so would be to admit an inferiority in itself, of which, except by some almost unbearable misfortune, it could never be convinced. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the English Constitution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Constitution by Walter Bagehot. Its history and the effects of that history. Conclusion. A volume might seem wanted to say anything worth saying on the history of the English Constitution, and a great and new volume might still be written on it if a competent writer took it in hand. Footnote: since the first edition of this book was published, several valuable works have appeared, which on many points throw much light on our early constitutional history, especially Mr. Stubbs' Select Charters and other illustrations of English constitutional history, from the earliest times to the reign of Edward I. Mr. Freeman's lecture on the growth of the English Constitution, and the chapter on the Anglo-Saxon Constitution in his History of the Norman Conquest, but we have not yet a great and authoritative work on the whole subject, such as I wished for when I wrote the passage in the text, and as it is most desirable that we should have. End of footnote. The subject has never been treated by any one combining the lights of the newest research and the lights of the most matured philosophy. Since the masterly book of Hallam was written, both political thought and historical knowledge have gained much, and we might have a treatise applying our strengthened calculus to our augmented facts. I do not pretend that I could write such a book, but there are a few salient particulars which may be fitly brought together, both because of their past interest and of their present importance. There is a certain common polity or germ of polity which we find in all the rude nations that have attained civilization. These nations seem to begin in what I may call a consultative and tentative absolutism. The king of early days in vigorous nations was not absolute as despots now are. There was then no standing army to repress rebellion, no organized espionage to spy out discontent, no skilled bureaucracy to smooth the ruts of obedient life. The early king was indeed consecrated by a religious sanction. He was essentially a man apart, a man above others, divinely anointed, or even God-begotten. But in nations capable of freedom, this religious domination was never despotic. There was indeed no legal limit. The very words could not be translated into the dialect of those times. The notion of law as we have it, of a rule imposed by human authority, capable of being altered by that authority when it likes, and in fact so altered habitually, could not be conveyed to early nations, who regarded law half as an invincible prescription and half as a divine revelation. Law came out of the king's mouth. He gave it as Solomon gave judgment, embedded in the particular case, and upon the authority of heaven as well as his own. A divine limit to the divine revealer was impossible, and there was no other source of law. But though there was no legal limit, there was a practical limit to subjection, in what may be called the pagan part of human nature, the inseparable obstinacy of freemen. They never would do exactly what they were told. To early royalty, as Homer describes it in Greece, and as we may well imagine it elsewhere, there were always two adjuncts. One, the old men, the men of weight, the council, the boulé, of which the king asked advice, from the debates in which the king tried to learn what he could do and what he ought to do. Besides this, there was the agora, the purely listening assembly, as some have called it, but the tentative assembly, as I think it might best be called. The king came down to his assembled people in form to announce his will, but in reality, speaking in very modern words, to feel his way. He was sacred, no doubt, and popular, very likely. Still, he was half like a popular premier speaking to a high-spirited chamber. There were limits to his authority and power, limits which he would discover by trying whether eager cheers received his mandate, or only hollow murmurs and a thinking silence. This polity is a good one for its era and its place, but there is a fatal defect in it. The reverential associations upon which the government is built are transmitted according to one law, and the capacity needful to work the government is transmitted according to another law. The popular homage clings to the line of God-descended kings. It is transmitted by inheritance, but very soon that line comes to a child, or an idiot, or one by some defect or other incapable. Then we find everywhere the truth of the old saying, that liberty thrives under weak princes. Then the listening assembly begins not only to murmur, but to speak. Then the grave council begins not so much to suggest as to inculcate, not so much to advise as to enjoin. Mr. Grote has told at length how out of these appendages of the original kingdom the free states of Greece derived their origin, and how they gradually grew the oligarchical states expanding the council, and the democratical expanding the assembly. The history has as many varieties in detail as there were Greek cities, but the essence is the same everywhere. The political characteristic of the early Greeks, and of the early Romans too, is that out of the tentacula of a monarchy they developed the organs of a republic. English history has been in substance the same, though its form is different, and its growth far slower and longer. The scale was larger, and the elements more various. A Greek city soon got rid of its kings, for the political sacredness of the monarch would not bear the daily inspection and constant criticism of an eager and talking multitude. Everywhere in Greece the slave population, the most ignorant and therefore the most unsusceptible of intellectual influences, was struck out of the account. But England began as a kingdom of considerable size, inhabited by distinct races, none of them fit for prosaic criticism, and all subject to the superstition of royalty. In early England, too, royalty was much more than a superstition. A very strong executive was needed to keep down a divided, an armed, and an impatient country, and therefore the problem of political development was delicate. A formed free government in a homogeneous nation may have a strong executive, but during the transition state, while the republic is in course of development and the monarchy in course of decay, the executive is of necessity weak. The polity is divided, and its action feeble and failing. The different orders of English people have progressed too at different rates. The change in the state of the higher classes since the Middle Ages is enormous, and it is all improvement. But the lower have varied little, and many argue that in some important respects they have got worse, even if in others they have got better. The development of the English Constitution was of necessity slow, because a quick one would have destroyed the executive and killed the state, and because the most numerous classes, who changed very little, were not prepared for any catastrophic change in our institutions. I cannot presume to speak of the time before the Conquest, and the exact nature even of all Anglo-Norman institutions is perhaps dubious. At least in nearly all cases there have been many controversies. Political zeal, whether Whig or Tory, has wanted to find a model in the past, and the whole state of society being confused, the precedents altering with the caprice of men and the chance of events, ingenious advocacy has had a happy field. But all that I need speak of is quite plain. There was a great council of the realm, to which the king summoned the most considerable persons in England, the persons he most wanted to advise him, and the persons whose tempers he was most anxious to ascertain. Exactly who came to it at first is obscure and unimportant. I need not distinguish between the magnum concilium in Parliament and the magnum concilium out of Parliament. Gradually the principal assemblies summoned by the English sovereign took the precise and definite form of Lords and Commons, as in their outside we now see them. But their real nature was very different. The Parliament of today is a ruling body. The mediaeval Parliament was, if I may so say, an expressive body. Its function was to tell the executive, the king, what the nation wished he should do, to some extent to guide him by new wisdom, and to a very great extent to guide him by new facts. These facts were their own feelings, which were the feelings of the people, because they were part and parcel of the people. From thence the king learned, or had the means to learn, what the nation would endure and what it would not endure, what he might do and what he might not do. If he much mistook this, there was a rebellion. There are, as is well known, three great periods in the English Constitution. The first of these is the ante-Tudor period. The English Parliament then seemed to be gaining extraordinary strength and power. The title to the crown was uncertain. Some monarchs were imbecile. Many ambitious men wanted to take the people into partnership. Certain precedents of that time were cited with grave authority centuries after, when the time of freedom had really arrived. But the causes of this rapid growth soon produced an even more sudden decline. Confusion fostered it, and confusion destroyed it. The structure of society then was feudal. The towns were only an adjunct and a make-weight. The principal popular force was an aristocratic force, acting with the co-operation of the gentry and yeomanry, and resting on the loyal fealty of sworn retainers. The head of this force, on whom its efficiency depended, was the high nobility. But the high nobility killed itself out. The great barons who adhered to the red rose or the white rose, or who fluctuated from one to the other, became poorer, fewer, and less potent every year. When the great struggle ended at Bosworth, a large part of the greatest combatants were gone. The restless, aspiring rich barons who made the Civil War were broken by it. Henry VII. Attained a kingdom in which there was a parliament to advise, but scarcely a parliament to control. The consultative government of the ante-Tudor period had little resemblance to some of the modern governments which French philosophers call by that name. The French Empire, I believe, calls itself so, but its assemblies are symmetrical shams. They are elected by a universal suffrage, by the ballot, and in districts once marked out with an eye to equality, and still retaining a look of equality. But our English parliaments were unsymmetrical realities. They were elected anyhow. The sheriff had a considerable license in sending writs to boroughs, that is, he could in part pick its constituencies, and in each borough there was a rush and scramble for the franchise, so that the strongest local party got it, whether few or many. But in England at that time there was a great and distinct desire to know the opinion of the nation, because there was a real and close necessity. The nation was wanted to do something, to assist the sovereign in some war, to pay some old debt, to contribute its force and aid in the critical conjuncture of the time. It would not have suited the ante-Tudor kings to have had a fictitious assembly. They would have lost their sole feeler, their only instrument for discovering national opinion. Nor could they have manufactured such an assembly if they wished. The instrument in that behalf is the centralized executive, and there was then no préfet by whom the opinion of a rural locality could be made to order, and adjusted to suit the wishes of the capital. Looking at the mode of election, a theorist would say that these parliaments were but chance collections of influential Englishmen. There would be many corrections and limitations to add to that statement if it were wanted to make it accurate, but the statement itself hits exactly the principal excellence of those parliaments. If not chance collections of Englishmen, they were undesigned collections. No administrations made them or could make them. They were bona fide counsellors, whose opinion might be wise or unwise, but was anyhow of paramount importance, because their cooperation was wanted for what was in hand. Legislation as a positive power was very secondary in those old parliaments. I believe no statute at all, as far as we know, was passed in the reign of Richard I., and all the ante-Tudor acts together would look meagre enough to a modern parliamentary agent who had to live by them. But the negative action of Parliament upon the law was essential to its whole idea, and ran through every part of its use. That the king could not change what was then the almost sacred datum of the common law, without seeing whether his nation liked it or not, was an essential part of the tentative system. The king had to feel his way in this exceptional singular act, as those ages deemed original legislation, as well as in lesser acts. The legislation was his at last. He enacted after consulting his lords and commons. His was the sacred mouth which gave holy firmness to the enactment. But he only dared alter the rule regulating the common life of his people after consulting those people. He would not have been obeyed if he had not, by a rude age which did not fear civil war as we fear it now. Many most important enactments of that period, and the fact is most characteristic, are declaratory acts. They do not profess to enjoin by inherent authority what the law shall in future be, but to state and mark what the law is. They are declarations of immemorial custom, not precepts of new duties. Even in the Great Charter, the notion of new enactments was secondary. It was a great mixture of old and new. It was a sort of compact defining what was doubtful in floating custom, and was reenacted over and over again, as boundaries are perambulated once a year, and rights and claims tending to desuetude thereby made patent and cleared of new obstructions. In truth, such great charters were rather treaties between different orders and factions confirming ancient rights, or what claimed to be such, than laws in our ordinary sense. They were the deeds of arrangement of medieval society, affirmed and reaffirmed from time to time, and the principal controversy was, of course, between the king and nation, the king trying to see how far the nation would let him go, and the nation murmuring and recalcitrating, and seeing how many acts of administration they could prevent and how many of its claims they could resist. Sir James Mackintosh says that Magna Carta converted the right of taxation into the shield of liberty, but it did nothing of the sort. The liberty existed before, and the right to be taxed was an efflorescence and instance of it, not a substratum or a cause. The necessity of consulting the great council of the realm before taxation, the principle that the declaration of grievances by the Parliament was to precede the grant of supplies to the sovereign, are but conspicuous instances of the primitive doctrine of the ante-Tudor period, that the king must consult the great council of the realm before he did anything, since he always wanted help. The right of self-taxation was justly inserted in the great treaty, but it would have been a dead letter, save for the armed force and aristocratic organization which compelled the king to make a treaty. It was a result, not a basis, an example, not a cause. The civil wars of many years killed out the old councils, if I might so say, that is, destroyed three parts of the greater nobility, who were its most potent members, tired the small nobility and the gentry, and overthrew the aristocratic organization on which all previous effectual resistance to the sovereign had been based. The second period of the British Constitution begins with the accession of the House of Tudor and goes down to 1688. It is in substance the history of the growth, development, and gradually acquired supremacy of the new great council. I have no room and no occasion to narrate again the familiar history of the many steps by which the slavish Parliament of Henry VIII grew into the murmuring Parliament of Queen Elizabeth, the mutinous Parliament of James I, and the rebellious Parliament of Charles I. The steps were many, but the energy was one: the growth of the English middle class, using that word in its most inclusive sense, and its animation under the influence of Protestantism. No one, I think, can doubt that Lord Macaulay is right in saying that political causes would not alone have then provoked such a resistance to the sovereign, unless propelled by religious theory. Of course, the English people went to and fro from Catholicism to Protestantism, and from Protestantism to Catholicism, not to mention that the Protestantism was of several shades and sects, just as the first Tudor kings and queens wished. But that was in the pre-Puritan era. The mass of Englishmen were in an undecided state, just as Hooper tells us his father was, not believing in Protestantism, yet not disinclined to it. Gradually, however, a strong evangelic spirit, as we should now speak, and a still stronger anti-papal spirit entered into the middle sort of Englishmen, and added to that force, fibre, and substance, which they have never wanted, an ideal warmth and fervour which they have almost always wanted. Hence the saying that Cromwell founded the English Constitution. Of course, in seeming, Cromwell's work died with him. His dynasty was rejected, his republic cast aside. But the spirit which culminated in him never sank again, never ceased to be a potent, though often a latent and volcanic force in the country. Charles II said that he would never go again on his travels for anything or anybody, and he well knew that though the men whom he met at Worcester might be dead, still the spirit which warmed them was alive and young in others. But the Cromwellian Republic and the strict Puritan creed were utterly hateful to most Englishmen. They were, if I may venture on saying so, like the Rouge element in France and elsewhere, the sole revolutionary force in the entire state, and were hated as such. That force could do little of itself. Indeed, its bare appearance tended to frighten and alienate the moderate and dull, as well as the refined and reasoning classes. Alone it was impotent against the solid clay of the English apathetic nature. But give this fiery element a body of decent-looking earth, give it an excuse for breaking out on an occasion, when the decent, the cultivated, and aristocratic classes could join with it, and they would conquer by means of it, and it could be disguised in their covering. Such an excuse was found in 1688. James II, by incredible and pertinacious folly, irritated not only the classes which had fought against his father, but also those who had fought for his father. He offended the Anglican classes as well as the Puritan classes, all the Whig nobles and half the Tory nobles, as well as the dissenting bourgeois. The rule of Parliament was established by the concurrence of the usual supporters of royalty with the usual opponents of it, but the result was long weak. Our revolution has been called the minimum of a revolution because in law at least it only changed the dynasty, but exactly on that account it was the greatest shock to the common multitude, who see the dynasty but see nothing else. The support of the main aristocracy held together the bulk of the deferential classes, but it held them together imperfectly, uneasily, and unwillingly. Huge masses of crude prejudice swayed hither and thither for many years. If an able steward had with credible sincerity professed Protestantism, probably he might have overturned the House of Hanover. So strong was inbred reverence for hereditary right, that until the accession of George III, the English government was always subject to the unceasing attrition of a competitive sovereign. This was the result of what I insist on tediously, but what is most necessary to insist on, for it is a cardinal particular in the whole topic. Many of the English people, the higher and more educated portion, had come to comprehend the nature of constitutional government, but the mass did not comprehend it. They looked to the sovereign as the government, and to the sovereign only. These were carried forward by the magic of the aristocracy, and principally by the influence of the great Whig families with their adjuncts. Without that aid, reason or liberty would never have held them. Though the rule of Parliament was definitely established in 1688, yet the mode of exercising that rule has since changed. At first, Parliament did not know how to exercise it. The organization of parties and the appointment of cabinets by parties grew up in the manner Macaulay has described so well. Up to the latest period, the sovereign was supposed to a most mischievous extent to interfere in the choice of the persons to be ministers. When George III finally became insane in 1810, everyone believed that George IV, on assuming power as Prince Regent, would turn out Mr. Perceval's government and empower Lord Grey or Lord Grenville, the Whig leaders, to form another. The Tory ministry was carrying on a successful war, a war of existence against Napoleon. But in the people's minds the necessity at such an occasion for an unchanged government did not outweigh the fancy that George IV was a Whig. And a Whig it is true he had been before the French Revolution, when he lived an indescribable life in St. James's Street with Mr. Fox. But Lord Grey and Lord Grenville were rigid men, and had no immoral sort of influence. What liberalism of opinion the Regent ever had was frightened out of him, as of other people, by the Reign of Terror. He felt, according to the saying of another monarch, that he lived by being a royalist. It soon appeared that he was most anxious to retain Mr. Perceval, and that he was most eager to quarrel with the Whig lords. As we all know, he kept the ministry whom he found in office, but that it should have been thought he could then change them is a significant example how exceedingly modern our notions of the despotic action of Parliament in fact are. By the steps of the struggle thus rudely mentioned, and by others which I have no room to speak of, nor need I, the change which in the Greek cities was effected both in appearance and in fact, has been effected in England, though in reality only, and not in outside. Here, too, the appendages of a monarchy have been converted into the essence of a republic. Only here, because of a more numerous heterogeneous political population, it is needful to keep the ancient show, while we secretly interpolate the new reality. This long and curious history has left its trace on almost every part of our present political condition. Its effects lie at the root of many of our most important controversies, and because these effects are not rightly perceived, many of these controversies are misconceived. One of the most curious peculiarities of the English people is its dislike of the executive government. We are not in this respect un vrai peuple moderne, like the Americans. The Americans conceive of the executive as one of their appointed agents. When it intervenes in common life, it does so, they consider, in virtue of the mandate of the sovereign people, and there is no invasion or dereliction of freedom in that people interfering with itself. The French, the Swiss, and all nations who breathe the full atmosphere of the 19th century think so too. The material necessities of this age require a strong executive. A nation destitute of it cannot be clean or healthy or vigorous like a nation possessing it. By definition, a nation calling itself free should have no jealousy of the executive, for freedom means that the nation, the political part of the nation, wields the executive. But our history has reversed the English feeling. Our freedom is the result of centuries of resistance, more or less legal, or more or less illegal, more or less audacious, or more or less timid, to the executive government. We have accordingly inherited the traditions of conflict and preserved them in the fullness of victory. We look on state action not as our own action, but as alien action, as an imposed tyranny from without, not as the consummated result of our own organized wishes. I remember at the census of 1851 hearing a very sensible old lady say that the liberties of England were at an end. If government might be thus inquisitorial, if they might ask who slept in your house, or what your age was, what, she argued, might they not ask, and what might they not do? The natural impulse of the English people is to resist authority. The introduction of effectual policemen was not liked. I know people, old people, I admit, who to this day consider them an infringement of freedom, and an imitation of the gendarmes of France. If the original policemen had been started with the present helmets, the result might have been dubious. There might have been a cry of military tyranny, and the inbred insubordination of the English people might have prevailed over the very modern love of perfect peace and order. The old notion that the government is an extrinsic agency still rules our imaginations, though it is no longer true, and though in calm and intellectual moments we well know it is not. Nor is it merely our history which produces this effect. We might get over that, but the results of that history cooperate. Our double government so acts. When we want to point the antipathy to the executive, we refer to the jealousy of the crown, so deeply embedded in the very substance of constitutional authority. So many people are loath to admit the Queen, in spite of law and fact, to be the people's appointee and agent, that it is a good rhetorical emphasis to speak of her prerogative as something non-popular, and therefore to be distrusted. By the very nature of our government, our executive cannot be liked and trusted as the Swiss or the American is liked and trusted. Out of the same history and the same results proceed our tolerance of those local authorities which so puzzle many foreigners. In the struggle with the Crown, these local centres served as props and fulcrums. In the early parliaments, it was the local bodies who sent members to Parliament, the counties and the boroughs, and in that way, and because of their free life, the Parliament was free too. If active, real bodies had not sent the representatives, they would have been powerless. This is very much the reason why our old rights of suffrage were so various. The government let whatever people happened to be the strongest in each town choose the members. They applied to the electing bodies the test of natural selection. Whatever set of people were locally strong enough to elect did so. Afterwards, in the Civil War, many of the corporations, like that of London, were important bases of resistance. The case of London is typical and remarkable. Probably, if there is any body more than another which an educated Englishman nowadays regards with little favour, it is the Corporation of London. He connects it with hereditary abuses perfectly preserved, with large revenues imperfectly accounted for, with a system which stops the principal city government at an old archway, with the perpetuation of 100 detestable parishes, with the maintenance of a horde of luxurious and useless bodies. For the want of all which makes Paris nice and splendid, we justly reproach the Corporation of London. For the existence of much of what makes London mean and squalid, we justly reproach it too. Yet the Corporation of London was for centuries a bulwark of English liberty. The conscious support of the near and organized capital gave the Long Parliament a vigor and vitality which they could have found nowhere else. Their leading patriots took refuge in the city, and the nearest approach to an English sitting in permanence is the committee at Guildhall, where all members that came were to have voices. Down to George III's time, the city was a useful centre of popular judgment. Here, as elsewhere, we have built into our polity pieces of the scaffolding by which it was erected. De Tocqueville, indeed, used to maintain that in this matter the English were not merely historically excusable, but likewise politically judicious. He founded what may be called the cult of corporations, and it was natural that in France, where there is scarcely any power of self-organization in the people, where the préfet must be asked upon every subject and take the initiative in every movement, a solitary thinker should be repelled from the exaggerations of which he knew the evil to the contrary exaggeration of which he did not. But in a country like England, where business is in the air, where we can organize a vigilance committee on every abuse and an executive committee for every remedy, as a matter of political instruction, which was de Tocqueville's point, we need not care how much power is delegated to outlying bodies and how much is kept for the central body. We have had the instruction municipalities could give us. We have been through all that. Now we are quite grown up and can put away childish things. The same causes account for the innumerable anomalies of our polity. I own that I do not entirely sympathize with the horror of these anomalies which haunt some of our best critics. It is natural that those who by special and admirable culture have come to look at all things upon the artistic side should start back from these queer peculiarities. But it is natural also that persons used to analyze political institutions should look at these anomalies with a little tenderness and a little interest. They may have something to teach us. Political philosophy is still more imperfect. It has been framed from observations taken upon regular specimens of politics and states. As to these, its teaching is most valuable, but we must ever remember that its data are imperfect. The lessons are good where its primitive assumptions hold, but may be false where those assumptions fail. A philosophical politician regards a political anomaly as a scientific physician regards a rare disease. It is to him an interesting case. There may still be instruction here, though we have worked out the lessons of common cases. I cannot, therefore, join in the full cry against anomalies. In my judgment, it may quickly overrun the scent, and so miss what we should be glad to find. Subject to this saving remark, however, I not only admit but maintain that our Constitution is full of curious oddities which are impeding and mischievous and ought to be struck out. Our law very often reminds one of those outskirts of cities where you cannot for a long time tell how the streets come to wind about in so capricious and serpent-like a manner. At last it strikes you that they grew up house by house on the devious tracks of the old green lanes, and if you follow on to the existing fields, you may often find the change half complete. Just so the lines of our Constitution were framed in old eras of sparse population, few wants, and simple habits, and we adhere in seeming to their shape, though civilization has come with its dangers, complications, and enjoyments. These anomalies, in 100 instances, mark the old boundaries of a constitutional struggle. The casual line was traced according to the strength of deceased combatants. Succeeding generations fought elsewhere, and the hesitating line of a half-drawn battle was left to stand for a perpetual limit. I do not count as an anomaly the existence of our double government, with all its infinite accidents, though half the superficial peculiarities that are often complained of arise out of it. The coexistence of a Queen's seeming prerogative and a Downing Street's real government is just suited to such a country as this, in such an age as ours. Footnote: so well is our real government concealed that if you tell a cabman to drive to Downing Street, he most likely will never have heard of it, and will not in the least know where to take you. It is only a disguised republic. End of footnote. The end. End of section 23. End of The English Constitution by Walter Bagehot.